Mecum is back. Stop number 2 of our 2025 car auction season. Inside State Farm Stadium in Glendale, home of the Arizona Cardinals, but for the next 3 days, we're trading in the pigskin for some horsepower. Welcome in, everybody. Great to have you with us. I'm Danielle Trotta, and it's the first day of spring, and things are coming up Mecum here on our new home, ESPN+. It's great to have you with us. If you're new to Mecum, we can't wait to show you some of the most amazing rides in the world, and the best part, everything's for sale. So strap in for the next 3 days, 18 hours of live coverage for you here on ESPN+, our new home all season long. Let's send it over to Chris Jacobs with a preview of one of Glendale's top rides.
Oh, thanks, Danielle. It's great to be back here in Arizona. And yes, I am with one of the stars of the show. This is a 2024 Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Perfectly comfortable on the street, but on the track is where you really unleash the true potential of this car. 4-liter flat 6, making 518 horsepower, backed up with that 7-speed PDK transmission. You got to look at those wheels there, done up in pyro red, center lock, 20s in front, 21s in the rear. Huge wing providing all of that downforce. Tons of carbon fiber reinforced plastic components keep the curb weight of this car just under 3,300 pounds. And with that 518 horsepower, that is some serious weight to power ratio. What a gorgeous car. Can't wait to see this one go across the block on Saturday. MSRP is about $241, but good luck getting one of these for that price. We're gonna see some high dollars when it goes on Saturday.
She's a beauty, Chris. Thank you. Just one of 2,000 cars here at Mecum Glendale. It's a fantastic lineup. And right now we send it over to the booth and say hello to our leaders who call every car that crosses the block. Hello, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
Well, hello, Danielle Trotta, and hi, everybody. Thank you. Welcome to the booth, and welcome to our maiden voyage here on ESPN+. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, as we continue with our 18th season of televised Mecum auctions. And you've already heard Danielle and Chris talk about it, and you've seen one of the cars that we'll have. But with this lineup, Bill, it is automotive madness here in Glendale.
Yeah, you know, I think about how here we are, Mecum Auctions, our first auction on ESPN+. Look at where we are. This is a building where, as Danielle mentioned, the Arizona Cardinals call home. A Super Bowl has been played here, and now we're teaming up with Mecum Auctions with Big League Sports. What could be better?
Absolutely right. Well, what could be better for him anyway? It's probably going to be a Viper, and let's turn you loose on a 94 Viper that we're going to see here in a few minutes, actually.
Exactly. There it is, 1994 Viper, the third production year. This one has that 8-liter, 10-cylinder engine with 400 horsepower, 6-speed manual transmission. Red is the only color that every single Viper ever produced could come in, but in 94 you also had yellow and black and green to choose from. Yeah, these cars go 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds. They're a wild ride. Take it from me. Somebody have a shot at it a little later on.
Oh, no doubt. That is got to be Arizona Cardinals red. Can we call it that for today
Let's
anyway?
do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Let us go to the block and kick off our coverage now with a 1957 Chevy pickup truck. This is a 3100 up on the block for us. No reserve, and I tell you, no reserve. Bear in mind that over the course of the next 6 hours today, we have more than 100 vehicles selling at no reserve, Bill.
Yeah, and you know, we may have new viewers here on ESPN+. No reserve means that the consignor or the seller has a certain bid in mind, and the bidding has to reach that number for him to be willing to part with the vehicle. So this truck we know is going to sell. In fact, it just did for $30,000.
And so one pickup truck in the books. Here today at Mecum Glendale, there will be more. You can be guaranteed of that. Lots of traditional American muscle here, some exotic high-performance European cars as well. In fact, a little bit later on in the week, it is going to be a Ferrari festival here at State Farm Stadium. We'll get to that.
Ferrari o'clock coming up.
Ferrari o'clock, you got it. In the meantime, here is a 66 Continental convertible.
Oh, this is well presented, this automobile, and this generation of the Lincoln Continental gets hotter and hotter as time goes by. Classic styling. always will be appealing. This one, part of a private collection since 2016. Everything's been redone, reupholstered seats, new carpet, brand new top. Carl's Customs in Ankeny, Iowa did that convertible top, and we'll be talking about him throughout the auction at Carl's Customs, very well-known shop. 462, that was a very limited displacement on the Lincoln Continental, 340 horse, and it's got all the options, factory air, power steering, and brakes. And this is an automobile that will still look good in 50 years.
Look at that, the money that it's bringing too, 54 grand at no reserve.
This was in, once again, the high rent district of luxury automobiles back in the 1960s. The big three, the Lincoln, the Cadillac, and that Imperial.
57.
54, we're not finished.
Anybody else? Oh, 57.
That's Jimmy
60.
Landis
57.
in the lower
Baby,
left-hand
60.
corner, our lead auctioneer
57,
with
60.
Mecum Auctions.
So 57.
And there you go, Jimmy hammers that Continental convertible at $57,000. Yes, indeed. That might be his #1 car at some point in his collection. Very cool. Great color combination, too. The blue with the white top and the black interior.
Not often seen.
Sweet. All right, 1934 Ford Deluxe Cabriolet on the block, Bill.
You know, in 1934, believe it or not, the Ford Motor Company was kind of like on the ropes. The Great Depression had really hurt all the automobile manufacturers. So they needed to, you might say, conserve a lot of their resources during production. This 1934 Ford Deluxe Cabriolet was one of as many as I've heard 13 different body styles you could get in this generation of the Ford. But this one right here is the Cabriolet, which was one of the most desirable. Has the flatty in it, flathead, 85 horse, 221 cube V8, 3-speed manual transmission, just about all of those cars in that era came with. And this one with an outstanding restoration.
And the color? Brownie, tanny brownie, as you often say.
Textbook.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's got those Jenny, what we call the Jenny wire wheels, painted red, contrast the wide white walls, and out she goes.
Look at that.
Yeah, 29,000.
All right, let's move ahead to 1950 now, and this Ford custom convertible up on the auction block.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but in 1950, Ford, yeah, they were struggling a little bit. We had just come out of World War II. Cars were beginning to change in those years after World War II from all the different manufacturers, but this was a big leap for Ford. The 1949 Ford and the 1950 and 51 Fords all had slab styling like this one. No more fat fenders, no more running boards. This car was really a sensation and helped Ford to get right back into profitability. Buttercream is the name of that beautiful off yellow color, red interior. And for power, this one has the flathead too, but we moved up a little bit by 1950, 239 cubic inches with 100 horsepower and that 3-speed manual transmission. Wide white walls that almost match the buttercream paint.
Pretty close.
I don't think that's intentional.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
All right, $17,000. That is the hammer price on that sweet Chevrolet. We'll be back with more from Glendale, Arizona, coming up in a moment. Here's a look ahead at one of the big cars coming to the block on Friday here in Glendale. Check this out, a 55 Nomad, but not much from 55 is left here. It's got a Chevy ZL1, 454 cube, 500 horse, all aluminum engine, all kinds of modern upgrades in and around that car, and it'll be coming up, part of our coverage tomorrow. We'll hit the air on ESPN Plus at 3 p.m. Eastern Saturday as well. That car right there is part of a duo, Bill, of 2 Ford GTs, one from 05 on the far right of your screen, guy just climbing out of it. That one right there from 2006. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
big money there.
Lots to talk about when we get to those cars, especially the mileage of those automobiles.
Indeed. The one on the far right, by the way, has 134 miles, no stripes. It looks unusual, but it is a cool car. All right. get you back to the block now and pick up the action on this 54 Cadillac Eldorado. The reserve is off at $60,000. And that beauty is headed away to a new garage here today.
The thing I love about that Cadillac is that it is a spitting image of the 1953 Motorama Cadillac Eldorado. Almost a straight line from that car to the production car that we're looking at here in 1954.
As we move on to the next car, which is a 65 Mustang. Yes, I realize I said right before the break, I called the Ford a Chevy, and clearly I know that I was looking at a Chevy that was coming up next.
That's fine. You're in your alternate reality. We understand.
Hey, no alternate reality here. This is a legit 65 Mustang convertible here, Bill.
You know, I mentioned Carl's Customs in Ankeny, Iowa a little earlier. We're going to see some cars that have been refurbished or refreshed by that shop, and here is another one. It was in a private collection since 2015. It's got the V8. This isn't that K-code engine. This is the 225 horsepower V8 3-speed manual transmission, which was the standard transmission for the Mustang in 1965. And once again, the presentation, outstanding. And it's bringing the money. We're in the low 30s already.
That would be the A code.
Correct.
Instead of the K code.
Yes, sir.
271 horse.
Right.
No,
not 271 horse.
I'm sorry.
271 Q.
My alternate
You're in
reality.
that reality again, pal. Wow.
I've been hanging out with you too much.
Put yourself together. Geez.
Oh, dear. It did sell for $33,000. Hard to beat a little early first-gen red Mustang convertible, huh?
Right. Oh, yeah, just like that. So to review, the A code, 225 horsepower.
Yes.
Yes, the K code, 271 horsepower out of the 289.
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't that what did I say? I said 271 horse.
Now I'm in an alternate reality.
Oh, dear. Let's move to the 55 Cadillac Series 62.
Yes, let's do that here. Series 62, not the top of the line, but you know what? The Series 62 ran from 1940 to 1964. This was a bread and butter Cadillac, and this has had a frame-up restoration from our friends at Carl's Customs. 331 cubic inch V8, and that was a workhorse for Cadillac. Remember, that debuted in 1949. 270 horsepower, the 4-speed hydromatic automatic transmission, so silky smooth, lots of power options. And the fit and finish, take a look. Car just checks all the boxes.
$70,000, that's the current bid.
Look at how smoothly that blue paint caresses that Cadillac with the wire wheels, Kelsey Hayes wire wheels and wide white wall tires. Man, that is a front page of the Cadillac sales brochure.
A lot of man hours went into that paint.
Yep.
As well.
And that's before the paint is applied. It's just the preparation. Would love to see the top down, but that top doesn't really detract from its appearance at all.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, give 77. 75, 77. Anybody
Well, they're
else?
still working
Last
on
and
it.
Final call, 77.
Jesse Kopp there with the consigners
Close bid at
on
75.
the lower left of the screen, and 75,000 is going to be the high water mark for now on this Cadillac Series 62.
I think that's going to draw a crowd if it goes on.
Well, the bid goes on. Yeah, the bid goes on desk is just off about to our 10 o'clock from our vantage point. And they will sell typically 10% or so of the cars that don't sell on the auction block.
Right.
And they stay busy over there.
Yeah, for new viewers, that's a second chance at buying an automobile at Mecum.
Here's another Series 62, this from also 1957. They did put the top down on this one for you,
Oh,
Bill.
and I'm glad they did. Oh, by the way, is it Cadillac a clock, do you know?
It might be.
I think it is, yeah. Yeah, what a showpiece this Caddy is. Once again, it has had just a fantastic restoration. from bumper to bumper. Now this has a 365 cubic inch V8 engine, which came along in 1956, the year earlier. A little bit more horsepower at 300. That ultra smooth 4-speed hydromatic automatic transmission, power everything, windows, front bench seat, of course a power top, power steering. That was the calling card for Cadillacs back in the 50s. They out-optioned just about everybody, and their list of standard equipment, you know, was just right out of this world. It's got the full Cadillac hubcaps. Those are the correct 1957 style with the wide walls. And the color combination, deep black with that offsetting interior. Wow, delicious.
65, 64, 65,000, 65, 67, 65 bid reserve is off. 67.
Okay, that's the number. 65 and the reserve comes off.
Anybody give 67? Sold. $65,000. Jamie on the telephone. Sold.
And they made that work at $65,000. And as you mentioned, Bill, it is in fact Cadillac o'clock. Here is the third in a row, 1957 Series 62. This one a little bit different than the first two, but I will say all three of these have come from the same consignor.
Yes, and all of them have been prepared by, yes, Carl's Customs. But this, you're right, this Cadillac is in an alternate reality to the previous ones. This is a custom, a very tasteful custom. Now, when you take a look at a 1957 Cadillac, there's not much you can do to it to improve its appearance, but look at this one with the paint, the wheel treatment, also the interior. You know what? I don't even have to describe this. Just drink in what you're looking at right now. This is really a very special 57 Caddy. It's had an upgraded powertrain dropped in, a 6-liter LS2, and a modern GM automatic transmission. Adjustable air ride suspension. I mean, a lot of the touches that you see in modern day customs found their way into this Cadillac. Leather interior, lots of special things.
180, 190, 180 bid, 190. I have 180 bid, 190,000, 190, 190. So 180,000.
All right, $180,000. Wow, what a car. And that clearly our top seller of the day here today, the entire event, which is now in its third day here in Glendale. Do you drive that at all, or do you just park it and look at it and enjoy it?
I'd have to show it off. You got to do that.
All right, it is a beauty. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs, hanging over in the 303 staging lane with the car for us. Chris?
Yeah, Scott, well, here's one that you definitely want to drive. This is a 1968 Chevelle, and it's got a little sleeper quality to it. That is a fuel-injected 468 under the hood, making 620 horsepower. Nice, beautiful paint job. It's actually a 2019 GM color known as Fire Red. Really good paint job here. Got the 17-inch rallies all the way around. Red over red interior too, and it's pretty much stock appearing on the inside, which is something I love. That 468 is backed up by an Art Car R4 transmission with overdrive, so really nice powertrain. Willwood brakes at all the corners, and just a super clean little sleeper. You want to jump into the market and not break the bank? This very well could be your ride. Scott?
Sweet. CJ, thank you, brother. We'll be checking in with Chris and Danielle out and about throughout the weekend here on the playing field at field level here at State Farm Stadium. And that Fairlane Victoria just sold for $21,000 while we were listening to Chris.
Yeah, not really too far flung from a completely original and stock Victoria. And there was the birth of the Y-Block 312 cubic inch V8 underneath that hood.
All right, first Corvette of our telecast today from 1977. Was selling at no reserve.
And you know, these Corvettes, anybody that'll tell you that they don't have the money to go out and buy a Corvette at auction, well, this car is going to prove you wrong, because this generation of Corvette, you know, the C3s, just about this time, these cars kind of fell into the wheelhouse of the collector.
Well, it brought $23,000 here at Mecum Glendale. Welcome back to our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. Big crowd in the house today. Built kind of a different layout for us. They've kind of pushed us down to the opposite end of what would normally be the playing field. So we're seeing the seating area right in front of us, and it's kind of a little bit more intimate, as much as you could be in a giant stadium like this.
I was going to say, this backdrop is already wild enough being in this building.
Right, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It is kind of cool. And we're glad you're with us on ESPN Plus. Check this 1968 Chevelle out. It has arrived on the block. And CJ, this is your preview car from just a few minutes ago.
Super clean. I was very impressed with the paint on this car. And like I said, modified in just the right ways. The wheels, the powertrain, everything else left pretty stock appearing.
Yeah, that engine, the 468, that's a 454 that's been punched out to within an inch of its life to 468 cubes. By the way, just to clear up a little confusion, this is an Art Car 204R automatic transmission, not to be confused with a GM 700R4 automatic transmission. This is a special transmission that Art makes, especially for applications like this, but it has a lot of the right parts and pieces too. Aluminum radiator and the Willwood Power 4-wheel disc brakes, and underneath some modifications to what it rides on, Hotchkiss suspension and tubular A-arms. Everything that's been done has been done with high-end stuff, so we're seeing the bidding near $50,000.
How about 48 grand? That works.
Right there in that range of affordability.
Heck of a lot more money in that car than that selling price, I'll tell you.
On now to a 2005 Mercedes-Benz SLK 350. There we go, right in the middle of your screen.
This is the place to go if you are looking for a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, whatever, going back 20 years or so, and you want to get a car that is in excellent condition. The ones we see come through here look like they've hardly been driven, have all the right options. This one right here, this has got the power retractable hardtop, leather interior, some other tasty options as well. Perfect Benz color. It's got that metallic silver with that black interior. Look at that. That's it. Doesn't look like it's ever been sat in. And when we see what these cars bid for compared to their sticker price, that's an alternate reality.
I think we've landed on a theme in the first half hour.
That's going to be the one, yeah.
Hey, 12,000 sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to get out of here with the next car for 12 grand. It's a 2012 Bentley Continental GT. And it's selling at no reserve, already at 40 grand. Boy, these were super pricey when they were brand
well
new.
Into six figures,
yes.
Yeah. And the convertible's even more so, but this one is the fixed roof. And this one has that all-wheel drive, so you get all that power in these engines, 567 horsepower to be exact, out of that W12 6-liter twin-turbo engine with an automatic transmission. And love the wheels. Those are the big 21-inch alloy wheels that really fill up the wheel wells. And to just pick up on what I said earlier on that Mercedes-Benz, this is a car that is in condition one. It's literally flawless. Look at that interior. Buttery soft leather and all the burled wood along the dashboard, around the trim. These are fast cars too, 567 horsepower in a car that weighs close to 3 tons, but you wouldn't know it when you mash the throttle.
55 pounds an hour down, 55, 56 and a net, you're out.
55 grand is the bid. The young lady you see in the upper left-hand corner, that's Katie, one of the folks that man the internet bidding, and they stay busy. I'm telling you, they sometimes have 2 or 3 people online at the same time bidding on the same car.
Yep. You know, I just wanted to say I hope that Bentley has a valet switch.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, because if you're a valet, you're going to be tempted. Chris is laughing.
Always reminds me of Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay, let's go check out this 56 Lincoln Premier now.
Yeah, this generation of the Lincoln was winding down. You remember a few years later, they premiered that brand new slab side body style. It was such a success. This one has the 368 cube V8 with the automatic transmission. And a lot of the parts and the systems in this Link have been rebuilt. Cooling system, new water pump, rebuilt brakes, rebuilt carburetor. And this was the car, you know, we just saw all those Cadillacs go through a little while ago. This was their opposite number. This is what Ford and Lincoln Mercury, what they were building to try to keep pace with the Cadillac, and that was not an easy thing to do back in the 50s. And as you can see, these will not trade in the same neighborhood as a lot of those Cadillacs we saw.
Boy, that yellow interior is kind of striking, isn't it?
We don't see a color like that on the interior anyway. Yeah,
not very often.
Yeah, and with the tinted glass, now you're not sure what color you're looking at. Yeah.
Well, it brought $23,000. Next up, got a little Honda, 1997 Honda Integra Type R that's on the block, and the key there is the Type R.
Oh, indeed. I remember these cars, and I'll tell you, at the time I was autocrossing and doing solo competition, these things were bears. I'll tell you, they could handle, they could brake, they could accelerate. They were trophy winners everywhere I went. 1.8 liter double overhead cam, very state-of-the-art inline 4-cylinder engine at the time back in '97, 5-speed transmission. The performance of these cars just startling, you know, considering that when you look at it, it doesn't really tip its hand that much. This one has the aftermarket alloys, or the Honda branded alloys with the deck spoiler, but they'll deceive you. Hot cars.
Too bad they weren't available back in the day when you were delivering pizzas.
Oh, that wouldn't have lasted long. Where's my pizza? Where'd Bill go?
You know, guys, this is a real opportunity right here with the JDM market being so hot in the last couple of years. What a great price right there, 15 to jump into that market.
Well said, and you're right. That market has just caught fire. Here we go with 2008 Challenger SRT8. I believe it's going to be Dodge o'clock here, guys.
All right.
The first of several. Back to back to back. No reserve here on this 08.
Yeah, 08 representing the reintroduction of the Challenger. Actually, a third generation of the Challenger. There was that little kind of, you know, section in the late 70s, early 80s where Dodge rebadged a Mitsubishi and called it a Challenger. But this really is the next generation of the classic Challenger lines. And hard to believe that, you know, this car is coming up on 20 years old, this design, because it still looks as good today as it did back when it was introduced in 2008.
Tell you what, this car, the Challengers from 70 to 74, textbook timeless design.
Yeah, I mean, they really nailed it. Coming out in 70 with that car was iconic right from the start, and they did such an excellent job of recapturing the vibe, the soul of that
bingo.
first Challenger.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, this is one of the cars that represents the long string of high-performance Hemi cars in the modern era that really rewrote the book on muscle cars here in this country. This 6.1 liter Hemi could get up. I had a Jeep Grand Cherokee SRT8 with that engine, and a Jeep, I can't tell you how hard that thing would leave. Great car.
Well, here is a 22 SRT Hellcat red eye wide body. And you can see right there the fender flares giving it that wide body name.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this car checks a lot of boxes for me.
I want to turn Chris loose, but I just want to mention 86 miles.
Yeah, I mean, essentially a brand new car, just dealer miles on there, which makes this car amazing. The fact that it's been sitting around for this long and hasn't been snapped up. I mean, like I said, great color, great interior. Obviously, the drivetrain's amazing. The wide body red eye. It's just the stance is so evil looking. I really, really love this car.
Yeah, the ever popular 6.2 liter Hemi, supercharged, torque flight, 8-speed, and the list of options is impressive.
white knuckle blackout package.
Yes.
I mean, just so good.
Yep.
Incredible red painted calipers. This car's got everything that it needs.
Appearance, creature comforts, Harman Kardon stereo nav, and the travel group SRT black package, as you mentioned, Chris. This is loaded to the gunnels.
Not surprising, going above sticker right here. So I don't know why this car was sitting on a dealer lot for so long. Somebody should have snapped this up long ago.
That's a mystery, but I was going to say we're, above that number, but we're knocking on the door of 100 grand here.
Just give 100, sir. Just give 100. Trust me. Give 100,000.
Good luck, boys.
Just give $100,000 for it. 95. Give 100. Flat, even money. 100. 100,000 out of it. Thank you. 105.
All right.
105.
There we go.
105. 105. 105, George.
You sure you don't want to try one more shot at it?
Last call, George.
Want to try one more shot?
100,000 is the bid. 105.
1025.
What?
1025.
102.5.
Yep.
Oh my. Now 105. You're on your own now, sir. 105. 102.5. You do whatever you want to do. 105. 102.5. 105.
Good luck,
105. Or 110. Or just give 110. That'd be the smart bid. Give 110. Beat him to the gate. Give 110. Give 110. 110. 110. 110. 110. 110,000. 110. 110. $110,000 all through.
Well, George seems to think that guy's done, but he is not.
All done.
105.
$110,000, sir. I think that'll do it. Give 110. I'm pretty sure he's done. 110. 105. 110. Last call.
Are you
105.
sure?
110.
He's done.
So,
All right, there it is. $105,000.
I'm filled with Dodge pride right now. You know what? That car deserved every dollar it just got. A really great package. Had everything going for it.
Well, with 86 miles on it, that is the Regis Philbin compared to that car coming up.
I was going to ask, they had the red eye, but did they ever make a bloodshot eye version of any of that? That'd be...
Only when you drive it in the morning.
There you go. That's very cool. And the owners, you saw them, they are over the moon with that. Here is the 22 SRT Hellcat that you were talking about.
Yeah.
What kind of mileage here?
How about 25?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, I doubt we're going to see this one get up into the six-figure range, and that's for a few different reasons. One, this is just the, quote, normal Hellcat,
right,
not the red eye, so putting out just a measly 707 horsepower. And also, this is a narrow body, and, that really does make a lot of difference to muscle car aficionados. They want that wide body stance that the Charger just had and the Super Stock that's coming up has. So we're going to see that perhaps hold this price down a little bit.
Yeah, that wide body treatment, that is street cred all the way. This has the SRT black package, the carbon and suede interior package, lots of extras, the Alcantara appearance package, and some other options that make this all the sweeter.
It's all about perspective, and it's relativity.
Yeah.
The higher mileage. Yep. But more cool stuff, more performance, more horsepower, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, 50 grand is nothing to sneeze at. That's still, you got a terrific car.
Absolutely. No, I mean, with those delivery miles there, 24 miles, a brand new car you're getting for 50K. It's a great deal.
First time you launch it, you will not have buyer's remorse.
Not at all. And so next up is the Super Stock that you were talking about, Chris.
Yeah, and this one, again, I believe is low mileage as well. Is it not, Bill?
2,400 or so.
Oh, okay. So it's been used a little bit, but
yeah, not overused.
Great stance. Obviously, the Super Stock, which you're going up another level of horsepower. You've got some other bells and whistles, some racy touches like the hood pins on there. But again, phenomenal car, and at that mileage, practically not even broken in.
No, exactly.
They call that paint smoke show. Love that.
Yeah, slightly different variation of the Destroyer Gray, a little bit lighter color, obviously very popular. You see that dual intake hood there.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm not surprised at this price, especially after seeing what the Charger just did. I like the fact that they put the Demon wheels on these Super Stocks too, makes them stand out a little bit more against the normal quote-unquote red eyes.
Hey, get a load of this now. This got 807 horsepower. And the rear end is a 309 rear end. That might be a 190 mile an hour Dodge you're looking at with that rear end in it.
Hey, the guy who was the underbidder on the red eye just bought this one for the same price at 105 grand. How about that?
He obviously likes to challenge your body better.
That's pretty cool. All right, we'll hit the pause button here in a minute. Right now, let's send it over to Danielle Trotta in the 303 staging lane. DT.
Yeah, Scott, in just a moment, this beautiful 2005 Ferrari 360 Spider is coming your way, and the 2005 special for a few reasons. Of course, 05 was the final year of the 360 Spider production. Only about 2,300 were produced for the United States. The other thing that stands out, guys, is the F1 automatic gearbox. You don't see this very often, especially for this generation. Take a look at the teeny tiny T-bar gear shifter. Only 20,785 miles, 395 horsepower, V8 beauty. She's crossing the block in just a moment. Stay with us. We're back on ESPN Plus in just a moment. Live, it is Mecum from Glendale, Arizona.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium, gigantic building here in Glendale, Arizona, northwest of downtown Phoenix. And as we mentioned, a terrific crowd here already today on this Thursday, and one of 21 Ferraris on the premises this weekend, folks. And this one from 2005, it's a 360 Spider, Bill.
First of all, if this is sold, it will be below six figures. I can guarantee you that. And how many Ferraris can you say that about that look like this one? 2005 360 Spider, 3.6 liter, 395 horsepower. And as Danielle mentioned to us, this has that little itsy bitsy tiny shifter there in the middle.
Teeny tiny shifter.
You know, us classic Ferrari aficionados love that gated shifter in the manual cars.
I'd break this one in a heartbeat.
Yeah, right. It really doesn't look very sturdy. However, I will say this to you. It was about this time and moving forward that Formula One technology gradually moved into the Ferrari year by year, until we get to like the Enzo, where that was practically a Formula One car in street guys. And this was kind of like the beginning of that changeover. And this one in the Argento Nürburgring silver, black leather, Daytona seats inside, alloy wheels. It's got the front Scuderia shields. And as I said, that was not going to sell for $100,000. And did it sell at all?
It did. I believe it was $63,000, the mark.
Okay, point made.
Very good. Here is a 1965 Chevelle. Opening up 35 grand, all black, triple black Chevelle, in fact.
Yeah, nice job here. This is early Chevrolet Chevelle. This is second year production. Big money spent on the restoration, but look at the inside of that engine room. That's a 454, people, with a 3-speed automatic transmission. I'm guessing maybe that's a turbo 400, whatever. Power accessories, you bet. Front disc brakes, power steering, and a lot of things have been replaced. There's the top, as you see, the power up sequence right now. Glad they're doing that to make sure that it does function properly. A couple of other upgrades. Aluminum radiator, keep it cool. Headers, dual exhaust. And those are OEM, those are Chevy issued rally wheels with red line tires. That's a hard combo to beat, triple black with red lines.
Man.
Huh? Does that work?
It's got all the pieces.
Yeah, it does.
$22 the bid at this point. And I think they have.
Did they hammer that car?
I don't know. I thought they were still working on it, but apparently not.
It's the secret sale. We'll get our best people on that.
Right.
We'll find out what happens.
Okay, here's a 67 Pontiac Executive Sedan.
Full-size Pontiac opulence right here. Look at that metallic blue paint, light blue with that white interior. That gets your eye right away, but boy, I'll tell you, if you lift the hood up, it'll get your attention. How about a 502 crate motor with 508 horsepower? Wow. You'd be the fastest executive on your block. High-tech fuel injection in there, electronic fuel injection, and otherwise a pretty stock appearance except for those really cool aftermarket wheels at all four corners.
By the way, on the block where I grew up, there were no executives.
There were no executives.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got our best people on the Chevelle. Violet Mecum informs me that that car did not sell. The high bid was $35,000. Just so you know.
All right.
All right. So speaking of 35, that's the opening bid on this 1960 Cadillac Series 62.
We always mention how the 1960 Cadillac was kind of like a 1959 Cadillac that's just been calmed down a little bit. Still has that outrageous styling thanks to Harley Earl and Bill Mitchell, who came along to General Motors just about this time, 1959, 1960. This has the 2-year-old 390 V8 that debuted in 1959. Of course, the automatic transmission. And you know what I miss, Scott, when it comes to Cadillacs? The model names back then. You had the 60 series, and then you had the Series 62. You had the Fleetwood and the Eldorado. You just have letters and numbers now.
I know.
There's not a lot of romance.
I agree. The Coupe de Ville, the
Coupe
Sedan de Ville.
Yeah. We don't see that
Even
anymore.
when they brought back, when they brought the Seville.
The Seville, yeah. That had a little bit more flair to it, you might say. Yeah. So, hey, we move on. It's a new era, and that's the way it's done.
Well, 50 grand buys this Series 62 here in Glendale. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Standing by in the State Farm booth. They always have cool cars here in their display, and this one is no exception. This is a 1969 Ford Mustang. They're calling it a Boss 429 Custom, and that is because underneath the hood is a serious power plant. As we come around here, you're going to check it out. That is a fuel-injected Boss 429. Custom heads on there, as well as those velocity stacks. What a great, great look. That's backed up by a 5-speed Tremec manual transmission. Really nice paint job. You got the rally wheels on there, back in front of the Willwood brakes. Check out the door handles, too. They call them the smooth spoons. I'm not sure if those are Kindig's or not. Didn't say on the consignment sheet, but Dave Kindig makes very similar door handles, and I believe they may be his. I love the black ball shifter there. What a great looking interior here with that wonderful upholstery. Man, this is a cool car. And of course, going across the auction block on Saturday. And if you want to check it out, just stop by the State Farm booth. Scott?
Good deal, CJ. Thank you very much. And that black paint certainly doing a nice job of contrasting with the big red State Farm banner in the background. That's very cool.
Big aftermarket wheels here. Those are Magnum 500 lookalikes, probably around 16, 17 inches.
All right, let's bring you back to the block now and looking at a 34 Ford Custom. 62 grand for it.
And it has received what you might say is the quintessential hot rod upgrades. Chevy 350 small block with a turbo 350 automatic. Aftermarket rear axle, that's a Curry unit underneath there. Air conditioning and heat, 4-wheel disc brakes. Deep black paint. Even on television, you can tell just how beautifully that black paint has been applied with the dark maroon wire wheels with center caps there. Nice combination of modern and retro on that 34 Ford, and it sells.
Pretty subtle, actually. It's not screaming that I'm a hot rod or anything, but it's got some cool upgrades.
Yeah, chop top
cool pieces.
Yep. It's there.
All right, on to a 32. This is a high boy, 32 Ford. You mentioned the body styles for 34, but I do know that in 32 there were 14 different body styles available in your 32 Ford.
Oh, good Lord. The Cabriolet, the Roadster, the 2-door, the Victoria, yada, yada, yada.
Pickup truck.
Pickups, yes. This was built by Zoomers in Denver, Colorado. Great hot rod shop with a 427 small block Chevrolet engine. That's not one of those L72 vintage 427s. That's a Dart Engineering small block. Started with a small block Chevrolet engine. Turbo 350, power disc brakes, convertible top, beautiful job. Interior was stitched by Jay Schluter, and there's not a thing to quibble about. at all. By the way, let me quickly say the America's Most Beautiful Roadster was just named for 2025. 36 Ford, built by my old friend Troy Trepanier of Manteno, Ohio. You know Troy.
Yeah.
Met him in 1992 at the Street Machine Nationals. Builds fabulous cars. Anyway, his build won the America's Most Beautiful Roadster Award this year, and it reminded me of this car right here. What a really well done highboy looks like.
Sweet, very nice.
Yep.
Congrats.
Bill is a proud Illinoisan. I have to make a slight correction. It's Manteno, Illinois.
That's what I said.
Now, you said Ohio, but I'm just jumping in as a proud Illinoisan.
Oh.
Oh, I know it's Ohio. It's right outside Chicago. What's wrong with it?
It's your alternate reality.
Oh, here we go again.
The car brought 32, if I remember correctly, and now we go to a 65 Mustang.
Yeah, here we go. This is another one of those cars that on the outside would convince you that there hasn't been a whole lot done to it, but underneath the hood, that's a rebuilt 289. It's been cammed up, Edelbrock Performer intake with a big 4-valve carburetor sitting up there, loud and proud, Flowmaster exhaust. It's got an automatic in it, a C4, which would have been the high-performance automatic you would have found on Ford small blocks back in the day. Aftermarket power steering conversion. So like I say, take a look at it. It's got the 5-spoke American Torque Thrust 2 wheels that are flashy with that black paint and the Shelby stripes. I'm going to guess that engine's probably good for about 350 horsepower or so.
Okay, the reserve is off.
Yeah.
At $52,000.
Strong money, reflective of how really impressive that build is.
53. So 52 pounds.
All right, 52 is going to be the hammer price on that 65 Mustang Fastback. We will close out the opening hour of our 3 days with you here in Glendale. Back with more in a moment. Along with Bill Stevens here in the booth, I'm Scott Hoke, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, also on board as usual here as we continue with our second hour of Mecum Glendale here on ESPN Plus. So glad that you folks have decided to come with us over here to ESPN Plus, and we will lead off the new hour with a 1963 Buick Electra convertible. Look at this.
Look at this indeed. This was back in an era where manufacturers changed the exterior styling of their cars year by year. You go back to the 1960 Buick and the 61 and the 62. None of them really had a whole lot in common. Then we get to 63, and this was really a departure. Bill Mitchell had taken over for Harley Earl at General Motors, and his influence was across the entire GM line. This one with a 401 Nailhead V8 Dynaflow automatic transmission. That was a big marketing push for Buick. They advertised their automatic transmissions almost as much as the cars. White on the outside, beautiful white soft top, and a red leather interior.
All right, we will move from that one to this motorcycle, 1972 Kawasaki H2. This is completely unrestored. The odometer just 2,600 miles, almost 2,700. 750, 3 triple. This has been out here in Arizona for quite some time after spending most of the early part of its life in Chicago, and the bidding at $20,000. And that is amazing to know that that bike is unrestored. High bidder on the internet in the upper left-hand corner with Megan.
You're pretty dialed in on motorcycles here, Mr. Hope.
You know, and we just came from Las Vegas in the world's largest motorcycle auction at the end of January, beginning of February, and the The big motorcycle of note was a 1915 Cyclone. If you missed it, it became the first ever motorcycle to sell for more than $1 million at auction. It was remarkable.
That made mainstream media. I saw that everywhere.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. My question to you on this motorcycle is, how many school buses do you think you could jump over with this?
Well, if they're side by side or end to end.
No, side, but don't show off. No, side.
Right.
It kind of looks like the type of motorcycle Evel Knievel would have done his stunts with. Would I be right about that? Or
well, he rode Harley Davidsons.
Okay.
If memory serves.
So already I should just shut up.
Well, but it was in that time period when he was, you know, he was making mainstream news all the time with this jump and the next jump.
Yeah, they say that he was responsible for a whole new popularity for motorcycles.
Right. Yeah. And he transcended motorcycles. I mean, he was pop culture.
Yeah, he was.
You know?
Yeah.
All right, that one has found a new home, and we will see what happens to the next car, which happens to be the one that you previewed for us at the beginning of the show, this 94 Viper.
Yep, this is an affordable Viper. You're not going to see stratospheric bidding on this 94 Viper. It's the RT10. It's the Roadster. The coupe did not come along until a couple years later in '96, but it has plenty of power. 8-liter V10, 400 horsepower, 6-speed manual. You could get air conditioning in a Viper by 1994. And the only deviation really from the exterior in terms of its originality are those black stripes that have been added to it. And those ever familiar Viper 3-spoke alloy wheels. But again, look at the bidding. Not going to break you.
32,000, 30 bid, 32,000, and 30 bid, 30's the bid. I'm gonna bid of a 32,000 we're asking, and I'm gonna bid of a 32, and I'm gonna
hopefully it goes up.
I'm gonna bid of a 2, I'm gonna bid of a 32.
I remember when they announced they were going to be building the Viper. Remember that it made its debut at the Detroit Auto Show back in 1989, and by 1992 they were producing these cars, and the reaction at that auto show to the first prototype that they built for the show was just spectacular. Dodge knew it had a hit on its hands, but never a mass-produced car. They never produced thousands and thousands of these cars until 2017 when the story ended for good, although it had stopped a couple of times previously.
Right.
And they brought it back.
Thank you, congratulations.
That was a pretty good a swan song for Viper the last go-around there.
Yeah, the last Viper was way faster than the first Viper, and that was one of Carroll Shelby's principles. He wanted the final car that he built to be faster than the first one that he built.
Well, that one brought $36,000. Well chosen.
Yep.
Brother Bill.
I think so.
1970 Olds Cutlass SX on the auction block right now. Love this gold interior, black drop top on this car.
Yeah, how about that? This is not a 442. This is an SX, but it has pretty much an equitable performance. It's got the 455 big block, and this one's modified. Holly Sniper fuel injection is sitting up there with a W30 aluminum intake off of that W30 trim of the 455 700 R4 automatic. Lots of power options too. It's got the ram air hood. You know, this would make a great subject if you wanted to put together a 442 tribute car, because you're more than halfway there. Yeah, that Holly Sniper will give it a little bit more horsepower. Of course, in 1970, the standard engine of 455 was 350 horsepower. The W30, actually I think it was 365. W30 was 370, somewhere on there. Of course, horsepower figures during that time period, believe me, they're like liar's poker. Don't take anything to the bank.
On a conditional sale at $50,000 to the
well,
internet.
Matt Morvek, our auctioneer, is going to call it a conditional sale. And so a couple of I's remain to be dotted, T's crossed to make that one happen. But we're going to call it a sale at $50,000 and move on to the first Camaro that we've had today, I believe, from 1968. And boy, you can tell by looking at this one, they have done quite a bit of work.
Yeah, from top to bottom, starting with the color, that is a really ominous looking gray color, and along with those black wheels, it does look like the angel of death. 5.7 liter LS1. I know. That was a little hard. I know. I should soften that up a little. And you know what? It's kind of pro touring. It's so close. I think it would need a little bit more in the way of modifications to fall right into the heart of pro touring, but it does have a fully upgraded pro touring suspension, so the suspenders definitely make the grade. Front and rear spoilers, painted bumpers, giving it that monochromatic look. Simple but effective.
$47,000 is the bid.
55, 60, just so I can let them know.
Yeah, it would have to be
70 and work
70.
on the commission.
Okay. Ways away, man.
Okay, Blake Baugh there helping the consigners. And they are going to come up a little bit short at $47,000 on that Camaro. More Camaros certainly in our lineup today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Right now, let's check in with Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Well, in my opinion, there's nothing weirder than fake patina and nothing cooler than real patina. And this 65 Impala wagon falls into the cool category. Hopefully this is showing up nicely on camera, but man, this patina is so, so cool. And there's a lot of it, considering there's only 56,000 miles on this original block. Now, what makes this particular Impala wagon special? Well, it's one of only 82 that left the factory with a 409 under the hood. And as I mentioned, it is the matching numbers 409. Made it to an automatic transmission. It's got the power locks and power rear windows, power brakes, power steering, and factory air conditioning as well. And check out the wheel and tire setup. Man, I love the way those smoothies look on this wagon. Very, very cool touch, especially with the Radial GT Cooper Cobras surrounding them. Blacked out wheels to match that paint, red interior. This is just a cool car all the way around. Would love to know the history of this car and how long it sat outside, because based on the patina, obviously it was for a long, long time. I just love this wagon, Scott.
It is super cool, and we'll see that when it turns the corner and comes onto the block. Speaking of cool, how about this 66 Impala Super Sport convertible, triple black build with a big block power plant in between the fenders and some really cool mods to it as well.
Hold me back. Oh, I am falling in love. That is a 396 that powers this car. Big block. It has only 1,000 miles since the restoration was completed, and it shows it. That engine's been gone through comp cam, roller rockers, hydraulic flat tappet in the valve train. Oh, I go on and on and on. What a really great job on a 66 Impala convertible.
Okay, let's move to a 1970 Mach 1.
1970, in the minds of many Mustang fans, this may have been the high point for Mustang styling back in the early 70s. Of course, this was still considered a Gen 1 Mustang. That ended in 1973, the final year. But, we've done a few little table magic tricks on that engine room. 408 cube, 500 horsepower stroker, 850 CFM Demon carburetor. Those Demon carburetors, man, they run a lot of fuel through that engine. MSD ignition that'll certainly adequately burn that fuel. Eagle makes the stroker kit that gave you the 408 cubes, aluminum heads, aluminum intake. Really, super well thought out engine modifications. 4-speed transmission. That great red, that red could be called candy apple red. If it were on a Cobra, it'd be Rangoon red. But no matter what it's on, it works. Has the original Hurst shifter still in it too. They preserved that. 411 limited slip rear end.
And that's a real deal Mach 1 too, not a built-up replica with a hot engine.
It's the real thing.
45 grand is the current bid.
Yeah, gonna have to go a bit higher.
Nice bling on the wheel package there.
Yep, aftermarket's bigger diameter. Great ride height. Sport slats, deck spoiler in the back, so it does maintain some original appearance on the outside, but everything underneath is anything but original.
Check for 43.
$50,000.
Okay, Frank Mecum has met with a consignor.
Not premature. My goodness, college is over. $50,000. I'm able to get 47.
Hold on.
You have 7.
I think the lady up on the auctioneer stand slammed the gavel because she thought reserve off means car sold. Not here, not yet.
Yeah.
Now $48,000.
Maybe she didn't complete her training. We don't know, but
now 49.
that happens.
Now pointed him. 49,000.
We'll give her a mulligan.
$49,000. Individual 9. 9. I'm going to be a bit of a 9. I'm going to be a heck yeah, a minute ago. 48 bid. 49,000. I'm going to be a bit of a hammers up and high. 49,000. Sold.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Ryan Burr, thank you.
I think she got it right the second time around. Very nice.
Yep. Got a power pack.
That's cool. You know what? And that's honestly, it's a thrill for somebody to go up there and hammer that car whenever it sells. That's cool.
It's a little disconcerting when you walk up and see all those people out there and they're waiting for you to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 1957 Chevy Nomad up on the block for us. Earlier in the show, we kind of gave you a preview of one coming up tomorrow that is really customized. This one has the appearance of a stock 57 Nomad wagon here, Bill.
Au contraire. It is anything but original. Although you are right, Mr. Hoke, that it certainly could fool you until you take a close look. First of all, the Power Pack 283, yeah, that's pretty much according to Hoyle. That Power Pack means it's got a 4-barrel carburetor, dual exhausts, and makes a little bit more than the standard 283. You may have noticed the fin valve covers, but we've changed the transmission around. It's a 700 R4 automatic in there now.
Okay.
That's that 3-speed with an overdrive gear, power steering and brakes. Had the radio upgraded with a cassette, although that's kind of like downgrading these days, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't think anybody has ever said upgrading with a cassette.
I know, it doesn't make sense, does it? But all the work's been done really well, you can tell. It's a quality piece. Chrome exhaust extensions in the back. It's got the genuine stock full hubcaps with wide white walls. Yeah, that Nomad we mentioned coming up tomorrow, the 55.
Yes.
That, oh my word, that's the best
It's a
show
beast.
wherever it goes.
Sure is. It's a beaut. $59,000 for the 57 Nomad here. And that will be our cue to head to a commercial break. More from State Farm Stadium coming up in a moment.
A beautiful day in the desert here at State Farm Stadium. Welcome back to Mecum Glendale, and I am with a showstopper here on the floor, this 1958 Chevrolet Corvette convertible. Guys, it's insulting to even call it a resto mod in my opinion, because everything about this 58 is custom. Take a look at some of this detail on the body style. Now the body style is a 1958, but the car itself built on a 2013 C6 chassis, one of only 2 427 engines. The body's all carbon fiber. The CRC company is who made this out of Lakewood, Washington. Don't make them anymore, and only made 2 ever. The owner of the company made one for himself, and I just talked to the seller. She says she has the only other one in existence. She said that she and her husband just made a 5,000-mile road trip in this beauty, and then her husband passed away, so she's wanting to sell it now. It's going to cross the block on Saturday, and take a look at this regal turquoise color, Scott. Everything about this, again, custom and a true showstopper in my opinion.
Oh, Danielle, that gets me. What a beautiful car that is. And, you know, Bill, you and I talked about this. We were walking through the venue yesterday. There are quite a few immaculate Corvette customs here in Glendale this year.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with CRC up in the Seattle, Washington area. Was up there some years ago. shooting a television show and met everybody and watched what they were building, and their engineering and construction was absolutely top-notch. They don't do them anymore, as Danielle mentioned, but I think they are still in Corvette parts and aftermarket parts for Corvettes, but their cars, they will pass anybody's test.
What a beauty. All right, speaking of beautiful cars, check this one out. On the block right now, it's a 2012 Aston Martin Virage. Very limited production. They only built these for 18 months or so, about 1,000 cars. But check it out, a 6-liter V12, almost 500 horsepower there, Bill. Is that enough?
Well, you know, I tell you what, if I were to drive that car, I'd be the last one to complain, because I love these Aston Martins, the Virage, these performance Aston Martins, truly some of the most impressive automobiles to drive that you can think of. They're what I call that 5-tool player. It's got acceleration, top speed, it's got styling, braking, and handling, all on the upper level compared to anything else on wheels. Yes, Scott Hoke, that is enough.
I think 47,000 was the final number on that Aston. And what a beauty it is. Okay, 1966 Mustang up on the block for us next.
Okay, we were bouncing around the 289 cubic inch horsepower figures, so we have a C code 289 in this Mustang, which takes us from the A code down to the C code, which is 225, down to 200 miles an hour. Cruise-o-matic transmission.
Wait a minute. What? You just said down to 200 miles an hour. 200 horsepower, right?
Maybe you should be doing this.
No.
Yes, 200 horsepower. Oh, boy.
Hey, it's Indy coming up in May, right? So
yeah, I know.
200 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of great options on the car, and the appearance too. You know, we don't want to overlook how these cars are presented. Some of them just look factory fresh, like this one right here. That's called Sauterne Gold, the exterior color, and two-tone ash gold and parchment deluxe pony interior, which we'd like to point out as well.
Well, you talked about presentation. There is truly an art to setting a car up and getting it ready to cross the auction block. And some people overlook that.
You know, that's well stated, because here at the Mecum auction, the lighting on the block is so bright, it will reveal anything that isn't done properly. So, yes, you're right. The art of detailing is something that they do not take lightly here.
97 F-250 XLT pickup truck now.
You know what I read the other day? 48 consecutive years, the Ford F-150 is the largest selling vehicle in America, a pickup truck.
Yep.
I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that. This one right here is diesel powered. The 7.3 liter diesel, V8, the Power Stroke. Automatic with overdrive. And again, presentation. This is a truck right here that's had a charmed life, you can tell. It has not been used or abused, and it still maintains paint, interior, even the undercarriage and the pickup bed in the back. Ready for the next owner.
Not going to see a lot of work at all after this. $31,000, by the way, and that truck will be right at home here in the valley and on the outskirts of the Phoenix area. Here is a 2008 Cadillac XLR convertible.
Interesting background on these automobiles. Built on the same assembly line as the Chevrolet Corvette, and they share some of the DNA of the Corvette. 4.6 liter, 320 horsepower V8. This one only has about 8,300 miles on it. This car right here, and with an automatic. This color, somewhat exclusive, only 259 of them produced in Alpine white. Underneath that Corvette four-wheel independent suspension. This one with a power retractable hardtop. And these cars are pretty pricey when they were first offered to the public. They were around $85,000 fully loaded. And you're not going to pay anywhere near that, as the reserve is already off and we're sitting at 30 grand. Yeah, this was that design language, Scott, that Cadillac was popularizing at the time. Very angular, a lot of right angles, not a lot of what you would call curviness to the car.
Not at all.
Very angular.
And we're into that era, the alphabets and numbers instead of cool names that just roll off the tongue, you know.
Escalade is the only one they've stuck with.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
that's a good point. Hey, $34,000 we'll buy this XLR for you. And another one right behind it.
When was the last time we said it was Cadillac XLR o'clock?
I don't know.
No, but that's what we got right here. How about that? This is another one. This one is a 2005 XLR. So we're going back a few years in terms of its vintage. This one with even fewer miles than the last one we had. This one only 7,600 miles. North Star 32 valve V8. That a very sophisticated engine when that started popping up in Cadillacs.
Oh, that was the big deal.
Yeah, I know. It was considered to be the wave of the future for Cadillac. Plenty of options, as you might imagine, including tilt and telescopic steering column, AM, FM, CD, power windows, locks, mirrors, cruise control, power seats, dual zone climate control, which pretty much follows the tradition of the Cadillac nameplate. You really don't have an opportunity to get a stripper when it comes to a Cadillac. It's going to come with a lot,
right?
No matter what.
All right, this one brings $29,000, despite the lower reading on the odometer. That's okay. 57 Bel Air. Boy, you talk about quintessential collector car from the mid-50s. This is it.
Let me make the list. First of all, black paint. Beautiful black polyurethane multi-stage paint. Black and silver interior. Original through and through, but it's under the hood. There it is. That is the dual 4-barrel 283 with 270 horsepower with the bat wing air cleaner. And beautifully presented. Great detailing in that engine compartment. Column shifted 3-speed. Split bench seat. This one with an AM FM radio, which I'm not sure you'd have been able to find in an original 57 Chevy Bel Air. And boy, the style and the kind of styling genius coming from General Motors back in the 1950s had every other manufacturer in full retreat. Just couldn't compete.
47, correct? Oh, 46, sorry.
Spinner wheel covers there.
47, 46, 47.
Tidy, whitey, white walls.
47, sir. You would be 47. 46 bid. $47,000 it is. I'm going to get 46 bid.
You know, it's funny. We see 1,000 of them. We see 1 million of these cars. But each one of them draws your attention in a different little way.
Yeah, exactly. You're always curious to see what makes this one maybe a little bit different from the last one we saw.
Yep, you said it. Okay, we'll take a timeout. More terrific cars here from Mecum Glendale still on the way. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. That gives you kind of a perspective on where we are. Now, in previous years, we were on the other end of the building, in the other end zone, the north end zone, if you will. Now on the south end zone. And it's a little bit different setting, kind of like the field, a little bit more intimate. Still a great crowd here as our Camera One operator, Jim Lucy, gives us a great view of this enormous building. And we get you right back to the block. Now, Bill Stevens with a 1934 Ford 5-window coupe.
We talked about all the different body styles. Here's another one, a 5-window coupe.
Yep.
For the 34 Ford. This one, original through and through. This one has escaped the grasp of George Barris and Dean Jeffries and Gene Winfield and all those guys. Steel body, and this has got to feel, well, we can't really see now, but had you looked at the engine, you would have noticed that's the 21 stud, 221 cubic inch flathead underneath there. Yep. The oil bath air cleaner, that was a feature that a lot of the older cars had. It was such a missing kind of an arrangement to have your air cleaner filled with oil to help with the filtration, and yet this car has it. Got the downdraft carburetor from Stromberg, 3-speed manual as original, rumble seat, and the exterior spare tire there. It was so reflective of those Ford classic automobiles back during the 1930s.
And it sold for $42,000 as we take a look at a 34 Ford Roadster up next. And you mentioned Gene Winfield, just passed away several weeks ago. What an amazing contributor to the automotive world that we love.
If anybody ever does a Mount Rushmore of automobile customizers, Gene Winfield will be right up there.
Yep.
Okay, let's look at this one. This is a two-tone car. As you can see, it's black, but it's got a little red pinstripe all along the belt line there with a beige convertible top. Pretty much the same equipment as we saw in that previous 34 Ford, and this one is not going to sell. This will roll on over to the bid goes on desk.
Yep, 30 grand, the high bid. Right behind it is a 32 Ford. This is a Model B Deluxe Roadster.
Winterleaf brown with contrasting black fenders, and the 32 Ford. Yeah, this was a big step forward for the Ford Motor Company. Remember, we're in the middle of the Great Depression. The Model A was okay, but they needed something better, and Henry Ford's son, Edsel, actually convinced him, Dad, we really need to up our game a little bit, and hence the 32 Ford of the Deuce came along. Nut and bolt restoration, one of just 3,727 built in this body style in the 32. And that inline four-cylinder engine. We are not talking about the flathead here. This is the four-cylinder engine, and of course, when that flathead engine hit the marketplace, it pretty much made every four-cylinder engine in the Ford line obsolete. 3-speed manual transmission, luggage rack, dual side mounts, which always sort of added to the prestige in terms of the appearance of any old Ford.
You know, Henry Ford was pretty stubborn, but as you pointed out, I'm glad he listened to Edsel.
Yep.
Who knows what could have happened had he not?
Yeah, it didn't happen very often.
He was pretty resistant to a lot of things.
Oh, he would have built the Model T for another 10 years if his people didn't convince him otherwise.
All right, moving on. We have a couple of Packard Caribbeans here in the house in Glendale this weekend. This one, as a matter of fact, I think even today, this one from 1955.
Well, by 1955, Packard, which at one time was one of the most prestigious nameplates in the country, they were sort of hooked up to the machines. Things were not going well. And the Packard Caribbean convertible was their attempt to just electrify the marketplace. As you can see, this is the kind of car that would do it. And yet, not long thereafter, Packard went the way of all flesh. 352 cubic inch V8 with dual full barrels and a Batwing air cleaner, the Packard iteration of it with an automatic transmission. That color scheme is off-white, flamingo pink, dark gray, and repainted not long ago. Full restoration, as you can see. What a striking automobile. Hard to believe that it was not long thereafter that even a car like this couldn't revive the Packard nameplate.
30 pound at a bid, under David to get 32. You're out there as well, 32 and 30 to bid, 32,000. 30, higher David to get down 2 bid, under David to reserve is off, higher David to 1 to get 1.
Well, the reserve comes off.
I would consider that very well bought if the bidding does not advance much further. Because look, you get a good look at the interior here.
Oh, indeed.
That has been restored with a fine-tooth comb.
A lot of times we'll see these bid into the 40s and 50s and
yes,
sometimes beyond that.
Depending on their history, you're exactly right. Mileage, condition, all those things.
33, last and final chance. Now 34, internet. 34, 33 is bid. 34, 34. Iron David to get 33, to get 34. Once, twice, final call. 34. So $33,000, Jordy. Lot T140.
Okay, $33,000. And it will go to that young man a few rows back in the audience. And we've got another one coming up. But right now, I want to change gears and check in with Chris Jacobs standing by with today's Stay Built Performance Tip. Chris.
Yes, I am, Scott. Now in the collector car world, we all want to maximize the performance out of our vehicles. And you know who can help with that? Stable can. Just throw a little 360 protection in your gas tank every time you fill up, and you're going to maximize your efficiency, and it's also going to keep that fuel nice and clean and stable. Now, this 1967 Chevy Camaro RS convertible is perfect for a day like this in Arizona. It is gorgeous outside, so wouldn't you like to cruise around in this bad boy? The debut year of the Camaro, sporting a 350 under the hood, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. This is a slightly older restoration. About 10 years ago, this car was restored, so still holding up very nicely. Rally wheels all the way around, and just an absolute cruiser, man. Maybe if the guys aren't paying attention, I can take it for a quick spin outside just to test it out before it goes across the block later today. Scott, what do you think? You going to be my co-pilot?
I will trade off with you. I'll give you a lap, you give me a lap, right? That is going to be a fun car no matter what. StayBillMecum.com. You can visit the website and find out all you need to know about their fantastic line of products. Thank you, CJ. Okay, we'll come back to the block here. Check this one, Bill. I think this one has your name written all over it. 64 Biscayne.
Oh, you know me too well. Yeah. 409, 425 horsepower engine. That was the top of the 409 horsepower food chain. And the following year in 1965, just like that, boom, 409 was phased out, and then came the 396. This one, 4-speed, on the floor, posi rear end, original tan pattern cloth interior underneath that black paint, and the clear plastic granny seat covers. Just don't take those turns too fast. Dual exhaust, dual quads, as the 425 horse 409s had, and it is in a plain black wrapper, which makes it even more attractive to me. It's got the welfare wheels, no trim rings, black painted steel rims, and nothing to tip its hand except the 409 badges on the front fender.
That's it. That's all business, man. Love it. 29 grand, and we will step away for another break. Chris told you it's a gorgeous day outside. There's proof. Well, I promised you we had more than one Packard Caribbean in the house. Here it is, going back a little bit, and not quite the flair of the one from 1955 that we just saw. Look at this, though, Bill. $95,000. This is incredible.
I give Packard credit because, remember, 1953, you had the GM Motorama with their show cars, the Buick, the Oldsmobile, and the Cadillac. And Packard, even though they did not have anywhere near the money GM did, this was what they came up with to compete the 53 Packard Caribbean convertible. 327 cubic inch engine, 180 horsepower. That's an inline, a straight 8 engine in that. Of course, Packard was well known for its performance almost from day one, and they always wanted to maintain that image. That's why you see these engines in these cars able to perform the way that they do. You see all of the chrome on this car, the faux Continental deck in the back. Everything about it spells eyeball, and it sells a Scott Hoke for 6 figures.
And even 100 grand. Yes, sir. That is a special car. Don't see many of them. And we'll move now to 69 Camaro Super Sport.
Well, let's see. No blown and injected 572 crate motor with an art car automatic or nothing like that. Why, no. This car, I think, is original.
Okay.
Isn't that refreshing?
It is.
And
love it.
Yeah, me too, because it's got the L78. 375 horse, 396 with a Muncie 4-speed.
Oh.
Yeah, that tweener gear, the 373 in the rear end, the 12-bolt rear end. A good compromise between acceleration and cruising.
Hey,
some power ups, huh?
I was going to say, can't beat triple black, too.
Oh, no. You know, that's the way to go. Got the Super Sport wheels, or Super Stock wheels, some people call them, although usually when they're on an Oldsmobile. A lot of documentation with the car as well, which collectors love to see.
53 grand, I believe, was the number on that car.
Well bought. Oh, boy.
Yep, here we go with a 69 GTO Ram Air 4.
Those are magic words. Ram Air 4. Yeah, that was the top of the line for Ram Air engines for Pontiac back in the day. This one is Matador red, the paint, black interior. 370 horse, factory rated, 400 cube, Ram Air 4. A lot of work done to this car. This restoration, they did not overlook anything. 4-speed transmission, that's the M21 Muncie. With a new old stock Hur shifter. New old stock means that it's a new part that was never installed on anything. And those parts are getting harder and harder to find, I'll tell you.
Yes, they are.
They upgraded the clutch, now got a center force unit in there to handle the horsepower. 355 gears in the rear end.
Not only are they NOS parts harder to find, when you do find them, steering wheel locked up on them.
Yeah, I got to turn the key, I think. There we go.
There we go. Guys in the front row, we're starting to get a little interested there.
Trouble in turn 2.
Anyway, when you can find those NOS parts, you will typically pay a premium for them, depending on the part, certainly. But oh man, they can drive the price of your restoration up.
Some of them 5 figures.
Easy.
You know, for something 40 years ago would have been pocket change.
Yep. 63 GMC custom pickup next. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
How about that long bed crew cab added on there? A lot of customization here. A 4-year, no expense spared build. You know, a year and a half they spent strictly on the metal work. That's a big block 454. Aftermarket fuel injection, as you can see, riding up top there. 4L80E 4-speed automatic. That's an electronic overdrive GM transmission, rebuilt by the transmission experts shop. Stretch cabin bed, as I mentioned. Oh, where do I stop? I mean, I can't stop. Super high-end sound system, Rockford Fosgate amps, 2-inch subwoofer, 2 8-inch rather, subwoofers. Look at the rear end treatment, how things were airbrushed onto the body of this.
LED lights all around.
Yep. Wild, baby.
95 grand. The reserve is not off yet.
Premium build.
Yikes. And they're going to close it at $95,000.
Yeah.
That might cover the year and a half that they spent on the metal.
Easily, you know, and it's been converted into a dually too, so that's going to add a few bucks to the build.
Okay, you want to talk about another custom treatment. We see them often on these Tri-5 Chevys, and here's an example. Case in point, 1956 Bel Air that they've taken to the stratosphere.
On and on, the list of modifications and upgrades goes on. Could fill a book. 2-year frame-off build by Denny's Bowtie Restorations. It's a 355 crate motor. It's been blueprinted. And there's that 8-stack fuel injection. Now, some builders now are moving away from those multi-fuel injection setups and kind of going back to like old school, like 4 barrels and things like that. But I still love these injection systems tuned by Fit Tech Fuel Injection. 4L60E, again, very popular transmission. 4-speed overdrive automatic. That color's granite gray, provided by PPG with a titanium silver second coat on the rest of the automobile. Beautiful chrome alloys all around. A lot of the customizations, modifications you'd expect to find in a high-end build like this. And I'm telling you, this is a high-end build. You're well into 6 figures for what it costs to make this 56.
All right, let's check out a 1978 Jeep, a J10 Honcho pickup truck here.
Recently restored to like original specs, says the consigner. It's got the Levi's interior trim package. Remember that when they did the interiors like the blue jeans?
Right,
That was pretty cool at the time.
Yeah.
Yep, it's got the 360 V8 in it. Boy, that is a ubiquitous engine. Boy, you find that in all kinds of Mopars and Jeeps. 245 horsepower. It's a 5.9. That might make it more familiar for you. 3-speed turbo 400 automatic. New parts on the engine, like new. In terms of the running gear, original trim and badging, they are still in place. Getting some strong money on this, and I think with the popularity now, Scott, of some of these you might say, Zooty Jeeps coming from the factory. Some of these older classic Jeeps that are, you might say, you know, in a special edition guise, again, getting hotter in the marketplace.
Still digging. 34, and the reserve's about to come off. There it is.
And time it at 34,000 others. Anybody else at 35? All right, anybody get 34, 35, pound a call and a half. So 34,000.
And 34 it is. And thumbs up from the new owners there with a little bit of help from Ryan, our bidder assistant.
I don't think they overpaid for that. That is a collector's item.
And coming up next, another collector's item for completely different reasons. Chris previewed this Impala wagon from 1965 a while ago. I saw it in staging yesterday walking around. It's just remarkable, man. I love that they just kind of let this be.
It's a time capsule, and they really just kind of put some new stuff on it where appropriate. That wheel and tire package just works so well on this wagon. So cool. You know, they made a little bit of improvements on the interior, probably just to cover up some aged materials that were in there. But it just works, man. And that patina, there's just enough. I love the fact that they left it.
We all do that from time to time to cover up some of that aged material.
You got to. You got to cover the aged material, Scott.
Yeah, we used to call these odd rods, something you wouldn't expect to find in kind of a run-of-the-mill station wagon, a 409. I'm guessing with a 4-barrel, that might be the 409 horsepower, 409 in it, which went away in 65, the year of this wagon, and made room for the 396. And that's a matching numbers 409. That's the one that came from the factory, posi rear end, factory air in this, which is really outre. And the other thing about the patina, 60 years ago, if your car had a patina, you were embarrassed and would tell people, when I get the money, I'm going to paint this.
Right.
I hate this. Now, everybody leaves it alone. It's just fine the way it is.
It's the selling point of this vehicle for sure. And also, I love the stickers on the back bumper that tell a little bit of the story of the history of this car. You've got, obviously, they were in the medical profession. You've got a lifesaver sticker over here, the first responder sticker here. And then, of course, we are in Arizona, so you've got the National Rifle Association sticker in the rear window there.
Yes.
Either they were in the health profession or they got sick a lot.
Yes, either way, you had to know where to find them.
Yeah, you're right.
26, last call.
Okay, $25,000. They're still working on it.
Don't let them do that to you. Don't let them do that to you.
27.
Oh! We got bumped.
Got 27.
Talk to me,
28.
my girl.
The half bids ain't working. 28. $28,000. 27. 28. Paul holds them
Thank you,
out.
young lady. You did a
28,
good
last
one.
call.
My honor, my pleasure. Thank you.
So, $27,000.
Well, it's going to go to the gentleman there in the upper left with Paul Guck. And 27 is going to be your hammer price on that Impala wagon. I think that's all right.
I do too. Oh, yeah. You can't go wrong at that price, and you'll never see another one at the cruise night.
Yep, you got it. Well, I mentioned that we have a number of quality Ferraris here. Maseratis are also well represented here at Mecum Glendale 2025. And here's one of them, a 2015 Gran Turismo Sport convertible.
Huh, I've never seen a Maserati engine that looks like that. Oh, wait. It's a 454 that has been dropped into this Maserati.
That's kooky.
What kind of mad professor is responsible for that? Yeah, automatic tranny, power convertible top, you know, all the regular things you'd expect to find in a Maserati Gran Turismo, except for the power. Yeah.
$29,000.
You know what? I was only kidding. It's 454 horsepower. Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I said it was for cubic inches.
29 to bid. 30. 29.
Oh, man.
Yeah, just another day at the auction. Huh?
Yep.
29, 30. Internet's in. Last call. 29. Need to be get 30.
Now, that's not to say you couldn't put a 454 in that model.
We've seen stranger things. Remember, we had an auction in Pomona, California a number of years ago with a little bitty Austin Healey, and they had like a blown Hemi in it. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. You go to the Street Machine National, you see cars like that all the time.
Not here, though.
No,
not this car.
In this particular instance.
It's the first year that Ford's really been serious about Le Mans.
It's a very impressive sight. Obviously, the chief competitor is Ford.
When Ford went to Le Mans, it wasn't about selling cars. It was about winning races.
Well, that is the car, and here it is live here in Glendale. That 1965 Ford GT 109. The only GT Roadster to race at Le Mans in the 24 hours there. It is from Dana Mecum's personal collection, and it will be crossing the block in Indianapolis at the Spring Classic coming up in a couple of months. And that is a significant, well-known, very important car here, Bill.
Any Ford factory race car from 1965 takes on special significance. That was the year that Shelby won the GT Manufacturers Championship with the Cobra Daytona Coupe. So a little of that aura will certainly bleed over into this GT 109.
What a car.
Yeah.
Coming up in Indy, the Spring Classic, mid-May, 9th through the 17th to be exact, at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Hope you can be there. We'll have all the coverage on ESPN Plus. Don't forget about that. 1982 Jeep CJ7 now on the block, selling at no reserve.
You want to hear some really cool automotive trivia?
Lay it on me.
The two most recognizable front grills of any automobile ever manufactured: Jeep and Rolls-Royce.
Oh, sure.
Can you imagine the Jeep being kind of like in the same category as the Jeep?
That 7-slot grill is that is legendary.
Yeah, it sure is, and people all over the world recognize it. This Jeep, by the way, real quick, it's got a 5.3-liter LS in it with 4L60E automatic, so drivetrain's been all gone through, a lot of modifications, and it is sold American.
Here's an 08 Silverado 3500. Look at this, a big boy here.
Oh, that's manly, huh?
Big time.
2008, looks like a 2028. Again, vehicle on the block that just belies how old it really is. It's the crew cab dually. Yeah, it's the big muscular Silverado 3500. 6.6-liter Duramax diesel. Allison automatic transmission. Those Allison transmissions, you want to talk about indestructible. They put those in heavy equipment and big motor coaches, and you name it, they will last forever. It's got the LTZ equipment package, so it's not a stripper. It's got lots of creature comforts and features and upgrades, and it'll coddle you and probably pull this building. That's a lot of power you're looking at.
Well, if not the building, it could certainly pull the playing field in from outdoors into the building.
If people don't know, State Farm Stadium is where, of course, they play NFL games, and the surface that they play, that AstroTurf, whatever it is.
It's real grass.
It's real grass, yeah. It slides out on rails, so we can have the event in here, and then when there's a game, it just slides right back in again.
And that also helps keep the turf from getting beat up during the course of, sunlight, middle of the summer where it's 150 degrees out here or whatever it is.
Keep it indoors.
Bring it out when you need to.
There's a lot of miles left in that truck. Truck's only got 64,000 miles on it.
$34,000 is the current bid.
Yeah. What? 35.
Got a big Class 3 trailer hitch on the back, ready to go.
37.
Beautiful chrome wheels.
Would you like to give 36 before you sit down? Yeah.
I could see somebody putting a fifth wheel in there and pulling their RV.
36.
Fifth wheel RV with that.
So, $35,000.
Bass boat, your Ranger bass boat.
Queen Mary.
That too.
That too.
No reserve, so $35,000. We'll take that one home. All right, this is pretty cool. Check it out. 1957 Buick Caballero estate wagon. Don't see these very often at all, Bill.
And certainly not any that have undergone the treatment that this has.
Bingo.
1957 was a very popular year for General Motors full-size cars. You go right across their product line from Cadillac all the way down to Chevrolet, and their styling could not be beat. This is the Buick estate wagon that back in the day people would call a beach wagon. Let's jump in the beach wagon and go on vacation. But this one here, Chevy 350 with Holly Sniper fuel injected with an automatic. It's got a Chevy rear end, possibly a Posse rear end. Brand new everything here. Upholstery, paint, vintage eras in it. Got a Bluetooth stereo conversion. Just some really trick and tasteful upgrades and additions to this. And the fit and finish on it, it just speaks for itself.
We're still in at the moment.
That orange is Hall of Fame material, if you ask me.
50.
Again, it's almost like the equivalent of greeny tanny brownie for an orange, because is it brown? Is it orange? Is it kind of a gold?
A little bit of, I see copper there.
I see copper too. It's an old soupy sales joke in there somewhere. I see what you mean.
All right, he bid 52.
2 tickets to the Indy auction for anybody that remembers soupy sales. Got a phone bidder in play here, $51,000.
Think of those 57 cars, Scott, the 57 Oldsmobile. Fantastic. The 57 Chevy, of course.
Sure.
Never get tired of talking about that car. We've seen some 57 Cadillacs earlier today.
What a year.
Just a blue chip year for General Motors.
Okay, that one will leave the premises here. Beautiful Buick. And here's another one from 1978. This is a Riviera LXXV edition.
Boy, that Riviera nameplate represents so many things. It goes back way before that 63 Riviera. That was a trim level that Buick used years before that. And then, of course, the 63 Riviera was just a landmark automobile. And here it is, 1978, and we still see Buick Rivieras. But again, we get into a period for General Motors where a lot of the cars looked alike. There was a lot of style sharing coming from them. Only 1,000 of these were produced. Odometer reads just over 32,000 miles, 350 engine with a turbo hydromatic. And it is a beautifully styled car. There's no way around it. There's no such thing as an ugly Riviera, if you ask me.
So 20, I believe, is the final number on that Riviera. And a 1960 Chrysler letter car. Oh my goodness, it's on the block now. This is a 300F, Chrysler 300F, and they only built 248 of these in 1960. Bill, this is one of them.
High, wide, and handsome. The letter cars traveled through the mid-50s all the way up through the mid-60s. And of course, that's what really made them special, that engine. That's the Cross Ram 413 with 375 horsepower, an indestructible engine that these letter cars raced on the sand in Daytona, set speed records. Those were the earlier cars. By 1960, not so much built for competition, but just for effortless cruising with that big torquey 413 torque flight automatic. And these cars, you could get any number of options, and some of the options were unique to Chrysler. They had a radio that you could tune with a foot pedal. You know, they had swivel bucket seats, just things that other manufacturers weren't even thinking about at that time. And letter cars will always be investment grade when they're in this kind of condition.
No doubt about that, and this one brings the money too. At $95,000 here at Mecum Glendale. Welcome back to Mecum Glendale 2025, our second car auction of the year, our 18th season overall here, and We're glad to be with you on ESPN Plus for the first time ever today.
On the first full day of winter, 2025.
First full day of spring.
What did I say?
Winter.
No, the last day of winter and the first day of spring. See, they're one after the other.
Yeah, I realize
that. So I screwed that up too.
Oh, how about this Lincoln Bill Blass Edition Continental? Kind of makes you want to, button up your collar and straighten your tie and everything. And
yeah.
It brought 24 grand.
Does that vehicle look like it's never been out of the garage?
Pretty much.
Just really impressive how some of these automobiles that are not exactly new look like they are.
How about this one up next? 67 Cougar XR7 from Mercury. Man, these were so cool. And we just don't see them much anymore.
No, and the story of the Cougar begins in 1967 when Mercury wanted to have something a little bit more upscale, a little more plush, a little more coochie than the Mustang. And this was the result of that. This is the upper trim level, the XR7, 289 V8 with automatic transmission, and a bunch of options, including those Magnum 500 wheels with red line tires. That's a piece.
Love it. 1970 GTO, and this is a real GTO Judge, not just a GTO that's been upgraded with the Judge trim.
And one of the more popular colors, the Starlight Black with the Judge stripes, 366 horsepower, Ram Air 3, that was the standard engine in 1970 on the GTO. Of course, the GTO Judge rather, the Ram Air 3, that car debuted in 1969. And it was a car that, once again, as we've talked about, was meant to be kind of like an entry-level, low-market GTO and wound up being just the opposite. Safety track rear end, that was Pontiac's version of the positive traction, power steering and front discs and factory air. It's got new Dakota digital gauges, a little bit of an upgrade there, but the original gauges are included by the seller if you want to convert them back. I'd like to see that. Some other options, the hood mounted tack, tilt steering column, power windows. Those are Rally 2 wheels, which you could find on the Judge or GTOs, non-Judges.
Now they got two asking
70 grand and no reserve. Yeah, the whole story of the Judge, kind of Pontiac.
Last call.
A combination of getting caught off guard with a cool thing and then catching lightning in a bottle a little bit. The popularity of the Judge.
Yeah, it continued for the next couple years and has not lost its collectability. Original numbers matching correct Judges are still premium automobiles.
73, you're going to get 74. Take your time. They did. 74. 74. 73,000. You're going to get 74,000. You're going to get 3 times up.
73 grand. You talked about collectability a couple of years ago in Kissimmee. We had the Chuck Kakoma collection. One of his brought $1 million. Remember that?
That was the Fort Knox for GTO Judges.
Right.
Those cars.
And I will say,
how about you guys? You want back
as
in?
we near 75? The end of this one, at 74,000.
Just going to let it go, huh? Just going to let that beautiful black Judge just go. Yep. 77.
Well, we're not done yet, so I'll hold off on that.
77 to you, Internet. 77. 75,000. You're going to get 77 once, twice, last call, and it is.
I think we're going to get
sold. 75,000.
There we go.
75,000
for that GTO Judge. Now, speaking of Chuck Kakoma, we all know how well respected he is in the Pontiac world. He and John Craman were good friends, and fact, Chuck Kakoma was at John's memorial service in Rockford, Illinois.
Yeah, I would not have expected less from him.
Yeah, it's very good to see. Here is a 1968 Corvette convertible now, and we're going to open things up at $30,000.
Climb aboard my time machine, and I'm going to take you back to the late 60s, maybe early 70s, because this Corvette represents a lot of what we were doing to these cars long before they were considered collector's items or investment vehicles, we wanted to put the L88 hood on them, and the side exhaust, and the aftermarket mags, and maybe a chrome roll bar, and upgraded Mickey Thompson mags and wheel tires rather, and yeah, that's what we did.
It's a day 2 look, yeah.
Not much on that car could not be reversed to original. But anyway, the motor's a 327 with 350 horse. That's the L79 combination with a 4-speed transmission with some air conditioning as well, probably factory installed.
Somebody give $150,000 bid, $150. Give $100,000 bid.
And the bid goes on that Corvette. So we move to a 2018 Challenger SRT Demon, an instant collectible, an instant legend, 1 year.
Oh boy, did this car make a splash or what?
Oh,
the
a tsunami.
Still, oh yeah, 840 horsepower with all of the goodies that came along in that Demon box, and you put the right liquid propellant in the tank, and away we go. This one driven about 4,300 miles. That color is Tor Red, and you've heard it time and time again, but I'll repeat it anyway. 6.2 liter supercharged Hemi, and this with the 8-speed automatic transmission. Manual transmission not available. And of course there were 3,000 of these that were distributed here in America, and the Canadian market got 300. This has the wide body fender flares, which I have never met anybody who doesn't like those. Yeah.
Are you all through?
Yep. That's a Hall of Fame muscle car right there.
Boy, you know, and it will be in 15, 20, 25 years.
Even after we return from our alternate reality, it will still be a car that people will lust after.
They're asking 100. Let's see if we get there.
Couldn't race them at the NHRA. Let's put a roll bar in them. And you get that car to hook up, you're going to get about 1.5 foot wheel stand. First production car that could ever pull off that trick.
Oh, now what? That was your big question.
Oh!
And the answer's
9
yes.
second quarter mile.
I've got 100,000.
Oh, the stats. They almost sound like you're making them up.
97.5 already. I need 100.
97.5 is the current bid.
102.5.
Now we get to 6 figures, and that puts it in our top 5 so far today.
I have $100,000 bid, 102,500 once, $100,000, 102.5 twice, 102.5 last call.
I would understand the crate one.
So $100,000.
All right, a little encouragement from the guy on the right, but they're going to get it at an even $100,000. Good for them.
And let me just say this real quick. If you had a muscle car back in the 60s that had that much horsepower, you would probably kill yourself because the brake technology, suspension technology, it just couldn't keep up with that horsepower. But today, these cars not only have horsepower, but the technology that makes them survivable.
Very true. Here is 57 Bel Air, another one. And looks pretty stock. Looks pretty true to form. Anything on the surface that, or inside the vehicle that would be a little bit different from that?
That's an excellent question. No.
Okay.
What you see is what you get. The late Chuck Smith of Valley Center, California, a very well-known Bel Air fuel injection specialist, worked on this 283 horse fuel V8. Essentially the same engine that debuted in the Corvette in 1957 found its way into the Bel Air. Original block. They've done a little bit of upgrading to that engine with a 30 over bore job. Original factory fuel injection unit that even has its correct part number still on it. Original distributor. I go right down the line. This car does not have anything that jumps out as non-original.
Even the glass and the bright work is from the factory.
Chrome, stainless, you said it. Correct hubcaps. It's a California car, too. The yellow plates are included.
Here's an interesting little factoid talking about the ownership history. This kind of gives you a clue about the story of the car. The original owner in 2020 left it as part of his estate to the current owner. So it's a two-owner vehicle since new.
Sorry, we're moving a little quicker.
That places it in a rather exclusive company, I would think.
51. 50 bid. 51. Once, twice. Last call. 51. 52.
Oh.
Yeah.
Try him one more time.
51 is the bid.
52.
We'll take it.
53. 52 bid. Anybody get 53?
53.
55.
Oh.
55.
Give me 54 then.
55.
Give me 54. Give me 4.
Oh,
He's getting weak.
do me a
55.
favor. Give 55 and I'll get 60 out of him in the back.
Hey,
Give me
Give
55.
talk to him. 55.
Give 55.
One more time. Hey, we'll
You want
take it.
55?
55. Hey. Hey.
Hey,
Buy that
oh,
car.
oh,
Give 60. 55. 60. Well, sorry, I was wrong. Do you want to give 57 in the back? Once, twice, last call, and it is.
Come on, Jimmy.
Still for sale. So, $55,000, George.
There it is, $55,000. Good little back and forth there. And very nice Bel Air will leave the building at 55 grand. We'll take a break here and return with our coverage continuing on from Mecum Glendale on ESPN+. Stay with us. Oh, that's why they call it the Valley of the Sun. And we are here in suburban Phoenix, Glendale, Arizona, to be specific, State Farm Stadium. One of our favorite venues. And we have some spectacular vehicles here. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, all of the above. As we roll on with our live coverage today on ESPN+, I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta with you. Our crew in the truck. And this truck, a 57 Chevy 3100. Look at the money it's bringing. 50 grand here, Bill.
Not surprising. What a sensational job of customizing that pickup truck. And the power choice, a little unusual. How about a 455 cube Buick V8 there? Probably.
Really?
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe 400 horsepower or so because it's been upgraded with an Edelbrock intake and an updated carburation system as well. That's just, minor compared to all the other modifications it's gone through. So, yes, that's a money build, and 52 is not enough. 50, rather, is not enough. They asked for 50, and they didn't get there. 52 is just short of the mark. What are they? Oh, I'm so confused.
They're doing the Mecum rule here.
Oh,
and
okay.
the Mecum rule means the current bid is $50,000. And if somebody raises, the high bidder raises his own bid to 53 by Mecum rule, he will own that pickup truck.
Oh, do it. Now, 53 will buy it, sir. Just give 53.
Oh, please.
Yes?
Rip it off like a Band-Aid. 53, Bob? Bob?
Well, now just wait.
The natives are getting a little
He's
restless
not going to
here.
go to 53, but he did raise his bid to 52.
Oh.
Is that right, Travis?
Yeah,
We raised our bid to 52, and they said that's good enough. So, $52,000, Travis.
Good play. Save $1,000.
Yeah, you know what? Bring a little flexibility to a Mecum auction, and they'll put the deal together.
Sure. Nice truck, too, man, as you described.
What an understatement, you bet.
57 Ford Fairlane Sunliner, the traditional convertible configuration.
Yes, and I know what you're referring to because the Skyliner.
Skyliner.
Skyliner. I meant Skyliner. That was a hardtop convertible with the retractable hardtop. And this has the Y-block engine. 312 cubic inches, 245 horsepower, 3-speed manual transmission with overdrive. Star Mist blue exterior and a power operated top. Power top, not always found on convertibles in that time period. Great restoration. It's got the Ford Thunderbird sports roadster wire wheels, built by the folks at Kelsey Hayes. Yeah, that 312 was an upgrade from the 292, the displacement that the Y block featured upon its introduction. About 245 horsepower, plenty for a car built in 1957.
All right, $47,000. It's found a new home here at Glendale. We've had a lot of mid-30s Fords here today. Kind of a little bit of a theme. This one is 35 Deluxe Phaeton.
Yeah, we mentioned the multiplicity of body styles that you could get in this era of the Ford, and I think we've seen almost all of them. Well, no, maybe not, because there's like, but I've seen 10 different, 13 different. It all depends on who's counting, but there were a lot. And this is the first Phaeton we've seen today. Olive green is the name of that color, with a brown interior. And it's got the 221 cubic inch flathead, 85 horsepower, 3-speed manual gearbox. Yeah, we wouldn't see automatic transmissions in Fords for some time after this. Contrasting red wire wheels against that olive green exterior.
Here now, 23 pound out of now, 24,000.
Genuine Ford wind wings mounted to the side of the windshield.
Proxies out, 23, 24. 23,
and dual side view mirrors, again, not standard, something that would have to have been added when that car was ordered.
Take it off. No promises it's going up, but it lets everybody know it's for sale then.
Vintage luggage comes with the car. Wonder what's in those suitcases.
I don't know, but they look 1935 vintage, don't they?
Yeah.
25 pounds and out of it. Forward, 25.
I saw a Penn State sticker on one of the suitcases.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what I can't see what the other ones are. 25,000 is the bid.
So 25 pounds and $. So 25 pounds and $.
There we go.
Ryan,
right here in the house.
T179, 1947.
With our man Ryan out there on the floor. $25,000. This one next up, Bill, is super duper cool. I love this 1947 Dodge Power Wagon WM300 pickup truck.
Yeah, you could stop at Power Wagon and you've got me.
Right.
One of the all-time great trim levels of any automobile or truck. Power Wagon. Yeah, this got the 230 cubic inch inline six. That's gasoline, not diesel. 4-speed manual transmission, and that first gear is what has been called a creeper gear or granny gear. That just helps that truck pull whatever it is you're trying to tow. Converted over to 12-volt operation. These originally had 6 volts in them. Braden winch mounted up front.
That's original, by the way, on the original front bumper as well.
Yeah.
So they've done a fabulous job restoring that.
39 pounds and $.
Yeah, no deviation from original here.
39 pounds and $. 38 pounds and $. Anybody else? 39, higher negative, 40, 40, 40, 42.
What a
40 grand, 42.
Little history lesson here.
42 pounds and $.
Yeah, you know, Scott, this was an extension of the Power Wagons that helped win World War II. You know, just like the Jeep, when the war was over, Jeep decided, you know, Dodge and all of those manufacturers that were building wartime automobiles and trucks, they wanted to domesticate those vehicles for the home market. And this Power Wagon is kind of an extension of what the Army and, well, all the armed services had in their arsenal.
45 pounds and $. 45. 45 pounds and $. 42, 45. 45, 42, 45, 45, 47, 45, 47, 45, 47. Reserve is off. 45 pounds, 47.
Reserve is off now at $45,000.
So 45 pound.
There we go. What do you think?
Built to withstand any abuse you want to dish out. That is one rugged customer.
Love it. Okay, 66 Chevelle Super Sport coming up for us here at Mecum Glendale. Big block, 396 under that hood, Bill.
Oh, yeah, and this is a real Super Sport. The VIN has the 138 in it. Now, that is not always ironclad. Not all the VINs will have the 138 in there, even if it is a real Super Sport. But this one has it. Matching numbers 396. Look at that engine. Okay, that's a low-rise intake manifold, cast iron. So let's say it's the 325 horse version. Power Glide automatic transmission. That's the 2-speed automatic. Power brakes only been repainted once, according to the consignor, and mostly original trim. Obviously non-original wheels. Those are those ever popular American Racing Torque Thrust 2 in the chrome finish.
Oh! 46, and Russell is asking for 48. Nick's,
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite see. Was that column shifted? Did you notice that?
Oh, I didn't notice.
No, I don't know.
Nope.
I would think a Super Sport would have had a floor shifter, but.
All right. We will take a quick timeout. More to come from Glendale. Stay with us. Well, Chevelle lovers, take note of this one. Coming up tomorrow here in Glendale. Check it out. It is a 1970 SS 454. The big block, of course. The 360 horse version. That's the LS5. It had it from the factory. It's cranberry red, the black SS stripes, and it is a real deal LS5. Coming to the block tomorrow, we will have coverage live for you right here on ESPN Plus at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon out here in the Pacific time zone. Chris Jacobs, what else is happening here tomorrow?
Yeah, Scott, well, you're down there on the block, and I'm up here in the concourse where many other cars going across the block this weekend are on display, including this one of my favorites of tomorrow. This is a 1967 Plymouth Belvedere GTX, beautifully restored in that bright red color. And check out this interior. How cool is that? That's pearl, and that is the correct interior for this car. And you can see on the console down there, just underneath the dash, that is a very rare 6,000 RPM tack from the factory. Love that touch. Underneath the hood is the original numbers matching 440, backed up by a 727 Torque Flight transmission. This car is very nicely restored. Loving it. It even has its original wheel color covers. And look at how well these have been restored too. Those are not aftermarket. Those are the original wheel covers for this car. So very cool. Going across the block, as we said, tomorrow, Friday. So join us right back here in Arizona on ESPN Plus.
Part of our 18 hours of live coverage from the Valley. And don't forget, if you missed any part of it, these shows will be available on demand on ESPN Plus, and then beginning later next week on Thursday on Mecum's YouTube channel as well. Here's a 57 T-Bird, Bill, $20,000, one of the 100+ no reserve vehicles here in Glendale today.
Yep, we had baby birds, bullet birds, Bunky's birds, and this is a baby bird, 1957, considered by many to be the, well, I would say the most appealing of those baby birds from 55 to 57. This has got the 312 V8 in it. That's the 292 that's been punched out. I love the names on some of these options. You've got the Master Guide power steering, the Swift Shore power brakes, power windows too. And of course, you can't overlook those beautiful chrome wire wheels. It's been in a private collection, and actually a collection that had a certified in-house mechanic, so you know it's been maintained properly. Things that have needed rebuilding have gotten rebuilt. Diamondback radial tires with only 10 miles on them. Car's fresh, and it sells.
Yeah, 32 grand. Pretty cool. Oh, speaking of pretty cool. Ooh, what's behind it? 1980 Turbo Trans Am.
Special for mainly the fact that this was the first year that they went to the 301 with a turbo on it. Remember, the 1979 Trans Am had the 6.6 in it, and that was the last year for that. And these cars were quick. People, you know, they said, oh, geez, only 301 cubes, but that turbo really helped to give them a lot of pep. And they went with this engine for a couple of years, 80 and 81. Automatic transmission, that color's called Tahoe Blue, has the WS6 package, which added a little bit more performance to it. Factory AC, power steering, four-wheel disc brakes, and the 15/8-inch turbo wheels, which debuted in 1980 on the Trans Am. Odometer reads only a little over 9,000 miles, too.
24,000 is the bid.
Yeah, they came out of 1979 with that 403 cubic inch engine. And for reasons maybe still unknown to most mortals, the whole drivetrain plan for Pontiac really went through a big change. Went from a naturally aspirated 403 to the turbo 301, and probably had a lot to do with emissions, which was becoming a big factor for the automobile manufacturers. And maybe they wanted to tone down the displacement a little bit because the insurance companies now were getting wise to the horsepower that the manufacturers were offering to the public.
I guarantee you that.
25,000 out of bid.
Somebody else to jump in, but that's the only way it's going to go up at this point.
We're going to close the bid, I guess.
That's Blake Bogg talking with the consignor about when to lift the reserve, and he says, let's do it right now.
25 pounds a dart. 100 Trans Am, 24, 25, 5 pound, 25 to bid. Last call, hit about out, 25 pounds, now 6, now 5, now 6. Down negative 26 pound out of bid. 25 negative 26 pound down negative 26. 25.
Now, let's not forget to mention those T-tops too, Scott.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the truck. What?
Oh, what truck? Oh, our truck.
Yes.
Just the tinted T-tops, I think, is.
Oh yes, you're spot on.
Another selling point. Yeah.
You are spot on with that. Well, I think they moved. We were talking about the T-tops, and they moved on. It did sell. The Trans Am did sell.
Yep, it did.
So we'll go to the Camaro Super Sport, 1968, year number 2 of this legendary mark.
Okay, look close. Look very close. There's the engine. Matching number 350. Those valve covers, obviously aftermarket, along with the open element air cleaner. You saw the bodywork there, heading into the interior now. Now I'll tell you the kicker. This is unrestored.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yes, well preserved,
Wow.
I think is the term. Look at that.
Oh, that's been wrapped in saran wrap for 100 years.
Yeah, I know. I like to say it's been encased in lucite.
Right. Either way.
White vinyl top against that metallic blue. White rally stripe over the nose. Oh, yeah. And it didn't hit the bullseye.
My goodness.
Comes up short.
Well, you know what? If I'm an owner of an unrestored Camaro SS that looks that good,
Yeah.
I'm not letting it go for 37 either.
I think you're right. I think that bid has got to be somewhere in the mid-4s.
Yeah, at least. Well, here is a 67 RS convertible.
Yes, it is. This one has been restored.
Okay.
10 years ago.
I was going to ask you.
It is an actual factory rally sport. It is an RS. 350, 4-barrel carburetor. I'm going to say maybe 295 horse, somewhere in there. 4-speed, nice. Power steering, brakes, and top. Previously a Colorado car, spent most of his life there. You see the interior, well presented, with the 4-speed shifter right there. Top is down. Savor that interior. First year for the 350 in the Camaro. There you see the OEM rally wheels with red line tires.
Bid right now $39,000. You might remember this is the one that Chris had part of the Stable Performance Tip a little while ago.
Yep. That has one of the retro sound stereo systems in it, which basically is a radio that looks original.
Oh yeah.
But has the updated electronics in it. Like that touch.
I saw at $39,000. I saw one of those old K-Tel 8-track tape storage, like a Rolodex,
yes,
for the floor of your car on a YouTube feed the other day. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's kind of a hoot.
Yeah, it was really kooky.
How about a pocket fisherman? You didn't
see that one.
Huh?
No. Hey, let's check in with Danielle Trotta now while we have a chance. Danielle? Wait, hang on a second. Apparently they're still working on this car. Danielle, be on standby, please.
I am ready, Scott, when you are.
Okay.
Oh, she's always ready.
No, 42 would be a net of 37.8. I'm trying to net you 37.5. It's $300.
Okay. Now the reserve's off.
42. So 43 races bid. So $40,000.
And that's all it took. Hammered at $40,000.
Fair deal for both.
And now we can call in DT. What's going on, Danielle?
Oh, Scott, you know that Mecum loves luxury, and we've had some fantastic cars over the years, but I'm not sure anything says luxury quite like a Bentley. This is a 2012 Bentley Continental GT, twin-turbo 6-liter W12 automatic quick shift feature and paddle shifters as well. The original starting MSRP was $213,000, again, in 2012. And you're looking at the exterior color here, and it's called Havana. A lot of people walking by the car had said, it's not black, is it? But it's not quite brown either. It's like a dark chocolate with just a hint of a deep purple. They're calling these leather seats the color linen. They are soft as butter. This car is just gorgeous. Bill, I know you're a bit of a speed demon, but if you'd like to be my chauffeur in this car, I will not say no. This one I don't want to climb out of. It's so comfy.
Actually, Danielle, I can't take my eyes off that diamond wedding ring that you're wearing. Holy mackerel.
I might trade the thing in. I might pawn it so I could buy this car, Bill.
Oh, blinded by the light.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. All right. Thank you, Danielle. 1955 Chevy 210 is next up on the block for us. You want to talk about custom with a capital C? Here it is.
Yeah, total full tilt build here. We'll start with a power 5.3 liter. That's the LS Iron Block V8 with a Holley Terminator electronic fuel injection with a touchscreen controller. Tell me that's not an extra step. 4-speed automatic transmission, electronic overdrive, 12-bolt rear end with 373 gears. This car was completed in 2017. It looks like it was completed 20 minutes ago. Wow. Inside, look at that. Custom changes and modifications to the dashboard. Vintage air, those leather bucket seats with microfiber inserts. Man, you can just sink into those. What a build. Much but not all of the chrome has been removed from that car. How about that tasty paint that's called Sunset Pearl and Root Beer Brown?
Oh, baby.
Huh? Yeah.
Give me a scoop of ice cream and we're going to build a root beer float.
A black cow. That's what we call those. Yeah.
What a beauty. Oh, my goodness. 105,000. That's tied for number 2 overall today right now. With another bid, it'll leapfrog over a couple of Dodges, the Hellcats from a little earlier. There we go.
Yeah, that car belongs on a turntable at an ISCA auto show, huh?
110 is the bid. Internet has it.
Sold.
And there it goes.
Sold. $110,000 internet.
What a build that is.
I tell you, shoebox Chevys, all different and in their own way, all of them spectacular like that one.
Well said. Well, here we go with a significant Corvette, Bill, a 1971 LT1 on the block.
Yes, this is the second year for the C3. LT1 debuted in 1970. In the C3, it had 370 horsepower out of their 350 cube small block Chevy. However, in 71 went down a little bit to 330 horsepower. By the way, it has the M22 heavy-duty rock crusher 4-speed manual. That was the last year that was offered in the Corvette in that color, the war bonnet yellow. We always comment on that. That is a classic Corvette color. 4-wheel discs, power steering. And again, look at the condition of this Corvette.
I think War Bonnet was available in only 71 and 72.
You may be right.
But you're right, it's a fantastic color choice.
Yes. Probably as much gold as it is yellow.
Whatever you want to do. You want to get 40? Sir, you want to get 39 one time? Get 39. What do you got?
38,000.
Now 40, you're out.
Bid.
Hey, reserve is off.
39.5 is enough to
39.5, 40.
take that reserve off.
Anybody else? 39.5 to be 40. So 39 pounds and $500.
All right, how about that?
39.5.
Nice firm handshake there to the new owner of that LT1 Vet, 39.5.
Just conjecture here, but if that were a 1970 with the 370 horse LT1, I don't know whether that would have bought it.
Well, we had a 57 Sunliner a little while ago, and you were talking about the Skyliner being the retractable hardtop version of that car, and here we go. It's almost like they wrote the script for us.
Yes, they did, and notice how I didn't say Starliner this time.
Right.
I'm learning. Yeah, landmark car for Ford. This was an engineering tour de force, that retractable hardtop, and as we've mentioned any number of times in the past, the number of solenoids, micro switches,
the amount of wiring,
the locking mechanisms. The list is as long as your leg to make that top work, and when they don't work, good luck troubleshooting them. But anyway, this one with the V8 engine, the Y-block engine in it with an automatic.
Blueprint 383 under the hood.
And it sold.
It did.
No reserve.
Good for it.
Yes.
Not a super high-end restoration. That's driver quality, actually. You can drive that.
Absolutely right. And you need that top to work properly if you're going to drive it here in Arizona. Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. You see a look down at the 303 staging lane. A couple of the cars in the pickup truck coming up. And speaking of 303, every single one of these cars gets some attention to detail from our 303 crew that's on the scene here in Glendale. 303mecum.com is where you can go shopping for what you need for your vehicles. And they are some fantastic products. We all use them, and we hope you do as well. Here is next, Bill, a 1966 Shelby Cobra replica. Do we know who built this?
It is not in the consignor information, but I can tell you this. My first Cobra replica was an ERA car, and I did research on all the available replicas that were out there. This looks like a West Coast Cobra.
Okay.
Just from the rear fenders and the way they're exaggerated like that. And a couple of other things like the grille. But anyway, it is a high-end replica that has had a lot of work put into it, as you can see. And no pretension whatsoever to originality. From the body contours to the interior, it's got an automatic transmission with a B&M shifter, which you'll never find in an original Cobra. VDO gauges, Pioneer high-end stereo. And it does have a correct 427 FE side oiler V8 engine. So that is as original. But again, and I've said this before, the Cobra replica right now, the emphasis has gone away from originality to creativity and personalization. And this is a perfect example of that.
out of bid. 343, 42 down, 43,000. Let's go. Anybody else? So 42 down,
Okay, 42,000 as the hammer falls on it. That's about as wide body Cobra replica I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, those rear fenders are so exaggerated. Even the flares on the front fenders are beyond original.
Okay. Ford F1 pickup truck right behind it. This from 1950, and this with some custom touches all over the place.
Yeah, the parade of customized pickups continues here out in Glendale. It's a 5-liter V8, Ford V8, but it doesn't look that radical, but you know that's producing over 400 horsepower. It's a Coyote with 412 real horsepower. Automatic transmission has 5 gears. AC that we see just about every build now. You're going to find there's some kind of an AC unit in there. High-end sound. We're going to look at the pickup bed in just a second here. You'll see that it's really sanitary. With the hardwood there and the rub strips. Well finished. Inside again, Dakota digital gauges. Even the door panels have been customized. Keyless entry, you see no door handles whatsoever. Those American torque thrust 2 mags. The chrome finish. Candy apple red.
Last call, 47, 48,000.
We got 47.
Polished alloy step plate on the running board. Little things. Yeah, a little bit extra eyeball to it.
49,000 bucks.
Yeah, they even plumbed some custom vents into the side of the hood there.
Oh, nice.
Very subtle.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even see those.
Yeah. Yep, very
That's
clever.
a cool catch.
Yes.
By the way, just had a guy drop by the booth to say hello while you were describing this truck. Dale Coleman, the chairman of the board of the Wally Parks NHRA Motorsports Museum, is here in the house.
Haven't met the man, but I'll make it a point.
He'll be here all week. Yeah, he'll be here all week. And he's an ardent fan of the show, and good to see him here and catch up a minute.
I guarantee you, when I talk to him, we'll be there for an hour with drag racing stories.
No doubt about it. Okay, another 65 Shelby Cobra replica.
And done differently. Again, that personalization that I mentioned before. Ooh, I see a big fuel cell under the trunk there.
Oh, that's massive.
Oh, man, that's for, I don't know, maybe the power tour or some long distance activity. And the body just a little bit different from the one we saw. And, you know, different wheels, different side exhausts. This one in what appears to be a like Guardsman blue, not sure exactly, as the Le Mans gas filler there on the rear deck. 3-point roll bar, which you found on the old competition and semi-competition Cobras.
We have 28 on it.
They didn't identify the engine exactly as just a V8. I didn't get a look at it, but I'll guess it's probably a Ford of some kind.
Probably a safe bet.
I would say. It's the easy way to go. It's got headers. Yep.
And it's going to take more than 30 grand to buy it.
Right.
So they'll send it to bid goes on.
Hey,
and
Scott,
guess what's coming up next?
Have we ever had Cobra replica clock?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
Hey, good as time as any.
Now, this manufacturer I'm familiar with. This is a unique Motor Cars 427 SC replica. And this was built, well, 1992, good 30-plus years ago. Has about 3,400 miles on the build, and it's got a 390 cubic inch Ford stroker with 450 horse. So again, we've deviated from what the original Cobra may have had. Engines had some upgrades, Ross pistons, aluminum heads, oversized valves, and a top loader. That's as original for a 4-speed transmission in a Cobra. 354 limited slip rear end. That's in Jaguar independent suspension, which was very common to be found in Cobra replicas back in the day, which are not too far afield from what you found in the original Cobras.
So the high bid at $32,000. The bid goes on that Cobra replica as well. And we check in with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Still hanging out up here on the concourse, this time with the car that's going across the block on Saturday. And this is a very cool one. This is a 1968 Super B that's had some serious upgrades under the hood. Check that bad boy out. That's a 572 Hemi, putting out 700 horsepower. Now, when this car left the Lynch Road faculty in 1968, it left with a high-performance 383 under the hood. So again, that is a big-time upgrade. Let's get a look at this really cool interior too. This all-blue interior has been upgraded in the transmission department also. That is a 5-speed transmission, and we can tell that this car left the factory as a column shift automatic because you've got the gear indicator up there on the column, on the steering column. Now, it's also been upgraded with a new steering wheel. The rally gauge looks like it's stock as well with the tick-tock-tack, which is operating, which is always nice to see. Now, this color is known as bright blue metallic, paint code QQ1. That's a one-year-only car for these Dodges. Only in 1968 was this paint used. And what I love most about this car, yes, it's got the Super B logo on the rear quarter, but it's stripe delete, so that Super B emblem really pops out on this car. What a very cool ride indeed. All the appropriate upgrades that it needs to just blow your hair back as you're cruising down the road. Love this one, Scott, coming across on Saturday.
Yeah, or in your case, it would blow your ball cap off,
yes,
perhaps,
it would.
if you're driving down the road. That's sweet. Thank you, CJ. Man, we can always rely on him to pick out some terrific Mopar machinery. Well, here comes another one of our 100-plus no reserve offerings here in Glendale this week. It's an 02 Dodge Ram 2500 pickup truck, an 8-liter V10 under the hood of this truck, Bill.
Sound familiar? It's a Viper.
Yep.
Yeah, although this is not that SRT Dodge Ram that Dodge built with a Viper engine, but hey, it fits, goes right in there. This one with an automatic. This is kind of like a street legal monster truck with that engine in there. All the tasty options you would want. The sport package, leather, gut heated seats, AM FM stereo with CD and cassette player. You're not going to find those around very much. It's got the shell, of course, as you could see. So it's weather tight, that pickup bed. The odometer reads just over 51,000 miles. A lot of life left in that Dodge Ram.
We're just a few minutes past 6 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock out here in the Valley, the Phoenix and Glendale area. We want to say welcome and thank you guys for joining us today on ESPN Plus for the very first time here at Mecum Glendale. That 02 Ram pickup truck just sold for $17,000. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta out and about on not only the field level, but the concourse, as we just heard from Chris, here at State Farm Stadium. And we are halfway through our first day with you today, here until 9 p.m. Eastern. And now an 06 GMC Sierra.
What kind of truck do you want? We've got them all. Fords, Mopars. Here's a GMC. This got the 6-liter gasoline V8 and the extended cab short bed model. This is the all-wheel drive, selectable 4-wheel drive version on that platform. Options, got a bunch. Tilt steering column, cruise control, power windows, power locks, power mirrors. Fiberglass shell from Lear has been painted to match the exterior paint, which is silver birch and a dark gray interior.
$17,000 buys this one. You want to talk about a pickup truck that is unusual and incredibly cool. It's coming up on Saturday. Mark this down. S276, I think is the lot number. Anyway, it's a 72 Ford Crew Cab Special 4-wheel drive, total restoration, one of one, thanks to the Marty Report, and it is big buck territory. Coming up Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep.
Okay, I'll be here.
2014 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited here with modifications all over the place.
I remember when Jeep introduced the Wrangler Unlimited and went with 4 doors, and some of the purists were just, their hair was on fire. A 4-door Jeep Wrangler?
Yes.
No. But you know what? They sell like crazy. Jeep knew what they were doing. This is a 2014 Wrangler Unlimited that's had, you name it, and it's been done. To look at the underside of that.
Wow, this is like modification unlimited
Oh
here.
my God, adjustable coilovers out back with remote reservoirs. Wow. A lot of powder coating underneath there on that chassis and suspension. 3.6 liter V6 with the automatic. And that color scheme underneath, that translates to the interior with custom black catskin seat covers, gold stitching. Those are 24-inch Vision wheels. Those tires, 38 inches.
What?
Yeah, I know. Oh, you could do some serious rock crawling with that Wrangler. My, oh my.
They won't let you in the car wash with wheels that big.
You'd be rubbing on the walls.
32.5, no reserve. Look at that.
Yeah, unlike any other we'll see.
No doubt, that's pretty trick. Okay, with that, we will take a timeout and return to State Farm Stadium after the break.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale on an absolutely gorgeous sunny day here in the desert. Still about 3 hours left here live on ESPN Plus. Come on back tomorrow for day 2 of our coverage beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Another 6 hours of some amazing rides here at State Farm Stadium. I'm just outside the stadium where some of the great cars are staged. They're going to roll in towards the block in a second. And Bill Stevens, you didn't bite on the last Bentley I showed you a few minutes ago, so I'm going to try again. Coming your way soon. This beauty, a little Bentley Continental convertible. What do you think?
I'll fill out an application. Yeah, I wouldn't mind cruising around with a blonde in the passenger seat. What could be better than that?
I would love that. Let's go for it.
I'm planning on it.
That's coming up. Thank you, DT. Back in here to the stadium. And launch edition 2021 Dodge TRX.
Stop it with these cool trucks. Man, this is overload. Lordy. This is the TRX. This is the launch edition. This has got that Hellcat, 6.2 liter, 702 horsepower Hemi. 8-speed automatic. You probably are familiar with all the specs on these. These created quite the splash 4 years ago. In fact, we were here in Glendale when we gave the TRX its coast-to-coast debut on television.
That's right.
So here we go. It's the Circle of Life Simba. Here we are with a 2021 launch edition. That color's called Anvil with a black interior. And yeah, these trucks are fast, they're big, they're imposing, they're intimidating. Oh, they're everything you want in a truck.
They are desirable.
Oh, all the way.
And only 702 of them built. This one just sold for $63,000. Well, let's check out this 1968 Pontiac Firebird coming up here. Total restoration.
Yeah.
About 20 years or so ago, a little more than that, actually.
It has held up well.
Wow, has it ever.
Matching numbers drivetrain, 400 cube inch engine. It's been bored 30 over, which is a lot of times what they do when they rebuild an engine that old, just kind of clean up the cylinders. Quadrajet 4-barrel, a lot of original pieces on this, including the distributor. Yeah, there you see the inside. It's got the 4-speed Muncie, refinished in its original nightshade green on the outside, ivory white vinyl top.
Wow, I'm trying to remember if we have ever seen a car in nightshade green.
Yeah.
I don't recall it. We might have, but it just seems so different.
Well, and to talk about this color, nightshade green. Reminds me of what you said earlier, that under these lights it can be deceptive how that paint really looks. That looks
True.
like gray.
It does.
But nightshade green is what it is with a parchment interior. It's got headers, Flowmaster exhaust. This is not an original car all the way through. The appearance certainly sticks to original, but it has had some mods made to it.
Okay, the high bid at $50,000. And 1982 El Camino right behind the Firebird. This one's selling at no reserve, by the way.
When is that new El Camino gonna hit the showroom? Keep asking.
Yeah.
I don't really hear a whole lot coming back.
No answer.
Not yet.
You still get a dial tone in it. Right?
Yeah. It's a great nameplate that should come back. This one, 1982. Let's just say that the aura and the prestige of the El Camino probably didn't equal what it had in the early days, beginning in 1959. And then up until, you know, we saw the LS6 El Caminos and those high horsepower El Caminos. Things toned down pretty much by 1982. This one was restored in 2020. It's got the 305 V8 with 4-barrel and a turbo 350 automatic. Pretty much original. They've upgraded the sound system, AM/FM cassette, power accessories, steering and brakes. Originally a car that was bought in New Mexico. So should be pretty clean underneath with not a lot of chassis corrosion. That dry environment.
Little fist bump there from the gentleman who just picked that up for $9,000. That's not bad.
No, under $10,000. Why not?
Here's a 1953 Willis wagon. Oh my goodness. Just the charm that is all over this machine is remarkable.
Yes, the 1953 Willis wagon actually had two iterations. If it was in the sedan delivery style, that was the utility wagon. This is the station wagon, if you will. Inline 4-cylinder engine, as so many Jeeps of that era had, until we started finding 6 cylinders, 8 cylinders in them. 3-speed manual, restored recently within the last few years. Factory style steel wheels. Yeah. This restoration, the goal was keep it original. So they did. The odometer reads a little over 38,000 miles, 38,178 to be exact. And along with some replacement parts, some originality as well. The instrumentation is original. And so are the rear seats.
Okay, $22,000 will be the high bid on that little 1953 Willis wagon. Love it. Somebody will snap that one up, I predict.
Oh, why not? And that would make a great starting point for something really outside the box.
Exactly. We don't have time to go into that facet, though.
Oh, I'd love to.
I know you would. Here is 1949 Cadillac Fleetwood now for us. A big 4-door Cadillac from just a few years after the war. And everybody's starting to get ramped back up again.
An important car for Cadillac, 1949, as they debuted that overhead valve V8 engine, the 331 cubic inch engine, which was at the time a revelation. This one has the original chassis. Now, some of these have been re-chassied, believe it or not. During the restoration process, you know, they'll keep the body but throw everything else away. This one has the original chassis, automatic transmission. This has been completely disassembled and repainted in the original color with base coat, clear coat urethane, which is pretty much the way to go these days. New upholstery, new chrome, yeah. Nothing was Mickey Moused here. Just a great job on that car. And again, that V8 engine, boy, that set the stage for Cadillac combining performance and styling for many years to come.
Well, the bid got to $16,000, and that's it. High bid there, so it'll pay a visit to the bid goes on while we check out a real deal 65 K-Code Mustang now.
Scott, why don't you update us on the horsepower on this so I can fact check you?
This would be that legendary K-Code, the 289 V8. The high performance 289 for 1965, and that's 271 horsepower.
And that was an important engine for the Mustang because that became the base for the GT350, which Shelby got a hold of and tweaked up to 306 horsepower, and it went into the original small block Cobras after they started out with a 260.
This is a very early production 65K code. In fact, not officially known as a 64 and a half, but they've come to be known that over the course of the years. But early enough that people call them 64 and a halves.
Right. Yeah, this was a K-code engine that was produced on the 10th day of K-code production at 289 Windsor. As I said, a legendary engine for Ford. It's got a Shelby intake and valve covers in there. You see the exterior, the Wimbledon white. Boy, if that doesn't scream Shelby, I don't know what does.
No kidding.
Coney shocks, again, something you'd find on GT350s. Tremec T5 overdrive manual transmission. Good stuff. Four-wheel disc brakes.
And $45,000.
Oh, that's going to be a blast to drive.
You turn that into a replica car, a GT maybe, or you do something different with it, or you do leave it alone since it's a real 64 and a half?
I'd leave it. You know, if you put the Shelby stripes and try to fake it as a GT350, that's a formal roofline, which you couldn't get a GT350 with that. So, you know.
Can't go wrong with the K-code Mustang.
Never.
66 Caprice up on the block next.
One of the fastest cars I ever drove, I've told this story, was my friend's Chevy Impala with a 396 4¼ horse with 456 gears and a 4-speed.
Oh dear.
Blew my mind. And this was back around 1970, so the real super high performance muscle cars were still yet to come, but still.
Sure.
Oh, what an animal. This car has the big block 396 in it, 4-speed, and 336 gears. A little milder in the rear end ratio, but still, yeah, that's a fast car. Even for a full-size car, that'll get you there.
And this one sells at no reserve for $32,000. Okay, 2016 F-150 Shelby pickup truck. Here's your hot rod pickup truck if you want one.
It's deserving of the Shelby name. 700 horsepower out of the supercharged 5-liter. Imagine if you told Carol Shelby back in like 1965 or 6, you know, Carol, I think we ought to build a pickup truck with 700 horsepower with your branding on it. What do you think?
I think he would be okay with it.
I think he'd say, let's do it.
Yes.
He was crazy like that.
Well, and, you know, he was from Texas, right?
Yes.
So pickup trucks are common in Texas, and high horsepower, he was not afraid of that at all.
He's from Texas. He's from Leesburg, Texas. And you get on those wide open roads in Texas, and you can take advantage of a truck like this. Automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive, Borla performance exhaust. Oh, this truck sounds so great. Functional dual intake ram air hood, which you might have noticed, and non-Shelby truck owners are putting that hood on their F-150s. It's got the exclusive to Shelby Fox shock system. And you can't really quibble about that color, the ruby red with the black stripes. No. You know? And again, I'll go with black wheels if you give me something on that rim, a little bright work around the black wheel.
That's talking to you, huh?
That's the way to go.
I think they're getting close. 60 is the bid.
60 grand, yes or no?
60 grand. We're not going to make it there.
Yes or no?
No, no, we're not going to make 63.
Close it.
No, okay.
60,000, we're done.
Well, I think they're close. Maybe
They are close.
Maybe they'll do the Mecum rule.
Yeah, they're in the 60s. Somewhere in the 60s they'll bring the hammer down.
Got him 57?
Oh, no, we're going the other way, aren't we?
Well, 63 minus the fee is around 57.
56 in.
Yeah.
They're going to net about 57. You know, with the fees are. Okay, sell it. Yep.
There we go.
Reserve stock, 60, 61.
Just make sure we get together on the terms and everybody's going to be happy.
First time I've ever seen Frank close a deal while eating an apple. Talk about casual.
Oh, man. Well, that is technically, that's correct.
I think I'm, you know, making a very defendable statement.
$60,000 ends up being your hammer price. Moving quickly to a 1970 Ford Torino GT convertible. Look at this car.
Yep, with a 429, and you could get any variation of that 429 in your 70 Torino, Thunderjet, Cobra Jet, Super Cobra Jet, and this one I'm guessing is the standard 429. With an automatic transmission, red exterior, power convertible top, white interior with black carpeting. Very tasteful color palette here. Air conditioning has been added thanks to the folks at Vintage Air. And they've upgraded the front disc brakes with Wilwood units. Couldn't get those back in 1970.
Oh, no, they were far from being mainstream.
Yeah, if you were going to get disc brakes back then, I believe you'd be getting auto lights, if I'm not mistaken. And the Marty report to trace the lineage of this automobile in terms of its originality and as delivered equipment.
And the reserve's off, says Matt Morvac, our auctioneer.
Do you know Kevin Marty is a very accomplished restoration expert? He's not just a documentarian. He has been restoring cars. He and his wife Shelley. And he's one of the better ones, doing it a long time.
Right. Very well known.
Oh, all the way. Good.
So that one sells, finds a new home. We'll take a break. More to come after the timeout.
Welcome back to Arizona, everybody. You are watching Mecum Auctions. And if you're here and you can't find me, well, it's a good chance I'm hanging out one of my favorite places, the Dodge booth. Of course, I'm a Mopar guy, a Dodge guy at heart, so love coming by here, seeing what they have on display. And check this out. Of course, it is the Daytona EV. This one is a Stage 2. So if you've never seen one in person and you're here at Mecum Auctions, come on by the Dodge booth and check it out. It is definitely cool. But you know what? Let's go back in time for a moment, across the street here, all the way back to 1969. You know, if you were promulgating for NASCAR, you were supposed to produce 500 units for the public. But in the case of the 1969 Charger 500, it's understood that only about 392 left the factory. And of those, only 86 were equipped with the Hemi, like this one. And of those 86, well, only 27 was backed up by the 4-speed manual transmission, like this one. Now, what makes the 500 the 500? Well, first of all, this flush front end there, which actually borrowed some components from the 66 Coronet. That's all done in an effort to make it more aerodynamic, as well as this A-pillar molding right here. It's a little bit wider than the normal molding, also for aerodynamics. And then finally back here on the rear deck, this was flush mounted as well, again for aerodynamics. And what had to be done was the deck lid had to be modified a little bit because you had a little less room for the opening there. Now, the modifications for aerodynamics didn't quite work as well as Dodge had hoped on the NASCAR circuit, but of course, this car became the base of the very successful Charger Daytona with the nose cone and the big wing, which of course dominated NASCAR for those years until it was outlawed. This particular Charger 500 is going across the block on Saturday, and because of its rarity, it's probably going to bring some big numbers. Very cool, unique piece of Dodge history. Scott?
Oh, I think that's a safe bet when you talk about big money there, Chris. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that they parked that car close to the Dodge booth for you, so you can hang out in either location. Here's a 1969 Mustang that we have up on the block right now here at Mecum Glendale. 390 stroker engine, right there it is.
There it is, yeah. The 390, that was Ford's foray into the big block world. Back in 1968, they had the 428 Cobra Jet that came in that year, and here we are with the 390, which preceded the 428. Yeah, this is a stroker, more cubes, automatic transmission. Two-tone black and white bucket seats look great with the Mustang logo embroidery there. And this was built on a rotisserie. We talk about the rotisserie, excuse me, restorations, and basically the car is disassembled down to its bare bones, and it's put on a rotating rack so that every nook and cranny of the platform of the car can be restored, refinished, and anything that needs attention can get it very easily.
Well, the car sells for $40,000 at no reserve. And right behind it, another Mustang Forest from 1969.
It looks like a Boss 302, but it is not. This is a replica. And they pretty much stuck according to the rule book here to build this car. The only deviation here, not a 302, it's a 351 Cleveland in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Edelbrock intake. Okay, so now we get into the list of things that were changed. Holly Street Avenger carburetor, Mustang 2 front suspension, power rack and pinion steering, power front disc brakes. But, you know, from 5 feet away, you could be fooled to think that that's a real Boss 302. It's got the grabber blue and the shaker hood. Not all of them had the shaker hood 69. This one replicates one that did.
$48,000, and that's enough to buy the car. If the Clone Ranger were looking at that car as a Boss 302 replica, how much would he take off point-wise, Twinkie-wise, if he were looking at that one?
Fair question. I hate to speak for him, but I would say we're probably at 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But like you said, for exterior, from 5 feet away, looks fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's
very nice.
Yep, near the bullseye.
All right, 1985 GMC Sierra classic pickup truck has rolled into place now, and a bid of $50,000, and we're just getting started.
And good reason too. 6.6 liter Duramax V8, Allison 5-speed automatic. Yeah, it's got the 4-wheel drive steel gear transfer case. NP205 is what it's called. Upgraded heavy duty 1-ton K3500 chassis. Plenty of muscle here. Dana 60 front axle, a 14-bolt rear axle with 410 gears. Underneath that soft surface tonneau cover, you'll find a Line-X bed liner. Those are Maverick wheels and Dakota digital dash inside. Well done. And of course, you can't fault that black paint job.
Oh, no.
That's got a lot of man hours behind it.
Bid is $57,000.
I'll do 53.
Reserve comes off, and so it's going to sell.
So $57,000 to the net.
There we go. That's a lot of truck there.
Oh, and you know what? It sounds funny, but it's kind of almost understated. You know, it's jacked up, obviously, with the chrome wheels, but a solid black paint job and the tonneau cover over the bed. You know,
nothing wild and crazy,
no,
but
it's it would hard to be find anybody that would fault the finished product.
All right, so 57 buys it, as we mentioned, and we move to 1965 Chevelle next.
Yeah, this is that color. We always like to point out how much we like it, that evening orchid black interior. That's a small block in there. They're not telling us which one it is, but in 65, it would either be a 283 or a 327. 4-speed, custom wheels, conservative, but a lot of eyeball. Not a real muscle car when you think about what was happening in 1965. Of course, in 65, you could have got a 396. if you really wanted to go power hungry. But this would be a great driver. Not out to impress anybody in terms of its power. A 4-speed, get a little chirp out of second gear. And, that would make my day.
$43,000 is okay.
Yeah.
And it's got a new owner. And so another LT1 Corvette. This from 1972 on our block right now.
We had a 71 earlier, and I mentioned how the horsepower in the Corvette LT1 from 1970 on, well, it kind of hit the slippery slope. This is the 72 with 255 horsepower, down from 370 in 1970, but it is a numbers matching engine and a 4-speed transmission, positive rear end. There you see the rally wheels. A couple of options, but not a whole lot. Delco push button AM/FM radio. And a tinted windshield.
Well, and a high bid here of $30,000 on that LT1. Well, this is one of the most unmistakable Corvettes that Chevy ever built, Bill, and it's the 96 Grand Sport, wrapping up that era, the C4 era in 96, and going out with a little nod to the Corvette history books.
Yeah, my all-time favorite car, all-time, the 1963 Corvette Grand Sport. Only built 5 of those. Man, I tell you, if one of those rolls in, you're going to have to give me CPR, Scott. But this one is from 1996, as you mentioned, the 1 year only, 330 horsepower, LT4, which, by the way, you could get in non-Grand Sport Corvettes that year. But the Grand Sport has that distinctive paint, the red, white, and blue, the black wheels with the bright work on the rims.
Yes.
That's Admiral Blue is what they call that color. And yes, a distinctive Corvette indeed. And I always like to mention, if you go to Bloomington Gold every year, you'll see out in the show field maybe 15 or 20 of these.
Right.
And only 53 were made with a red interior, so they're exclusive.
And this one brought $50,000 here today in Glendale. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. A gorgeous sunny day in the desert, about 80 degrees. So I came inside State Farm Stadium to cool off and take a look at this 1958 Corvette custom convertible. Earlier in the show, we told you that there are several here at Mecum Glendale. Well, earlier I previewed a 59. This is a 58 and absolutely gorgeous. That 58 body style on a custom chassis. New high performance GM ZZ4 350 V8 engine. Color is Snowcrest white. So if you stop by an In-N-Out burger, no animal sauce inside this beauty. Take a look. Our cameraman Jay's going to show you those gorgeous Stuart Warner gauges and the new correct 1958 black Daytona carpet. Scott, she is beautiful. You love these custom Corvette convertibles. She's coming your way to the block in just a few.
You are correct, DT. Thank you very much. They are always something to look at, and we will see it soon. We'll have it for you here on ESPN Plus. In the meantime, it has been a day of a variety of 32 Fords, and often we don't see this many 32 Fords in an entire weekend. We've got a lot of them today, Bill.
32s, we had a couple 34s, a 35. You're right, Scott. Classic Fords. They have not all been hot rods, but this one is. It's a high boy. It's a steel body, but it's not original Ford steel. This is a Brookville body, very popular with builders. It's chopped windshield, 350 V8 with 300 horse. Very conservative powertrain, 700 R4 overdrive automatic. The chassis, that's gone through some modifications. Chromed and drilled. Dropped front axle. You can see how the ride height much lower in the front. Look at the chrome and the finish on that. Yeah, the radius rods, valve covers, headlight buckets. A lot of bright work there. Custom leather interior. Front brakes are power disc units. Custom Stuart Warner gauges look great in that binnacle there. And of course, those are kidney bean replicas of those Halibran wheels that we saw way back in the day, not only on street rods, but on race cars, even Indianapolis 500 race cars there, Scott. Everything works. Very nicely integrated, everything that you see, including the color, that deep blue. Chrome bar there in between the rear chassis horns. Well detailed.
Well, the high bid at $43,000. By the way, you mentioned the Indianapolis 500, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the museum there, and we'll be there in May. The museum has been going through an extensive, massive renovation, and it will be reopening April 2nd. So when you come back to Indy, we'll go over there. How about that?
Well, compared to where I've seen that museum in the past, I'm looking forward to seeing what they've done.
Yep. And they did reopen that car, but it's going to stay at $43,000, and it will continue its trek to the bid goes on desk. In the meantime, 1969 Chevy C10 pickup truck. It's up on the block, some custom paint and a little bit of extra love under the hood too.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep, LS3 crate V8 with a 4L65E automatic transmission. How many variations of that transmission there are? 4L60E, 4L65. There's a 4L70, I believe, that just on and on and on. And this has the 4L65E automatic. Ride-Tech suspension, good stuff there. Very popular modifications to that chassis. Coilovers on all four corners. And bare disc brakes, so some money was spent on stuff you can't really see. Dave Wagner of Get It Wired did the wiring here, and Vic Kitchens stitched that interior. All show-worthy stuff, and this might be an older build here based on the paint, I don't know. It's got that purple base with the multicolor flames along both sides and across the hood.
That would look pretty good parked next to a 98 Indy 500 pace car, don't you think, with the one with the yellow wheels?
Yes.
That might work.
Yep. They would talk to each other.
Okay, as you mentioned, bid goes on, and a 64 Bel Air station wagon coming up next.
Ooh.
Look at the treatment on this dude.
I know. We've seen some custom station wagons today here. And here's another one. 350, small block, turbo 350 automatic. That's silver blue with a white roof and a blue cloth and vinyl interior. A lot of drivability there. Power rack and pinion steering with front disc brakes. AC, air ride suspension, so you can alter the ride height. And the engine's been breathed on a little bit. Edelbrock intake and carburetor. Tubular headers. Upgraded sound system. That'd be a fun ride, I'll tell you. That's an odd rod. Again, one of those cars you wouldn't expect to see get that number of modifications, and yet there it is.
All right, let's move on to a 55 5-window pickup truck. This is Pro Street all the way, Bill. What do you think?
Takes you back, doesn't it, how when Pro Street around the early 90s really became the way to go for a lot of builders. 406. Why, that's a Ford engine, I believe. The old 406 FE, and this has been stroked to 400 and, well, I don't know how many cubic inches, but I do know that it has 460 horsepower. Power Glide automatic, how about that? With some extra pieces here and there. Transmission cooler. Ford 9-inch rear end, 488 Detroit gears. That's a winder. Mustang 2 front end, disc brakes. And that's, you know, the kind of rear end suspension treatment that we came to become familiar with in the Pro Street era. It's a 4-link. Inside, new headliner and carpet. And yeah, it's that matte black finish that builders have gravitated to. And I'll tell you that, it looks great, and it doesn't require the kind of surface preparation you might expect. It's very forgiving.
It did reach 20 grand, and that's where it sold at no reserve, 20,000 for it. Working on an 07 Bentley Continental GTC now.
Yep, 2007. So what are we talking about here? We're talking a car that's 17 or 18 years old, and you would never know it. That is a car that styling is eternal. It's got that twin turbo 6-liter W12 they call it, or a V12 if you want, but 552 horsepower. With that silky smooth automatic transmission and all-wheel drive. It's got nav premium sound. And that color, Silver Tempest. Very evocative name for a paint job. Look at where the bidding is. A car that exceeded well into 6 figures back 18 years ago.
Maybe a tenth of what it would have cost.
I would say be in the neighborhood of a couple $100,000, give or take.
You're going to be Terry today. You're going to sign her at 28.
28,000. 30.
Yeah, one time Bentley loved to promote their Continental GTC convertibles as the world's fastest convertible. These would flirt with 200 miles an hour if you had enough road.
29, but you took forever to come back. Get 30. I'm pretty sure it'll be yours. You got Bentley. Yes, you want 30? No,
30.
Give 30. Give up.
Now 1. 30's bid. 31, sir. Yes or no? 30 bid. 31. 31. Got to be 31, Jared. Last call. 31,000.
Give me 31.
All right. A little bit of an extra effort, worthwhile. $30,000. We'll put that guy in the Bentley Club, if he's not already there. Very nice. Okay, big Bronco time here, Bill, from 1979, and just you could kind of ballpark the date on this just by looking at the paint and the decals by themselves.
Yeah, you got that right. That is screaming the 1970s. But you know, this is the Bronco that kind of like evolved from the original Gen 1 Bronco, which was a little guy. These were the big ones. These were the full-size Broncos that came in a couple of years earlier. This is called a freewheeling package, okay? The paint, the trim, professional restoration. And you'll find this on the Monty Report as well. That'll give you all the background. Rebuilt 400 cube V8 and a rebuilt automatic transmission. The paint, however, is new, and it looks new too. That's candy apple red vinyl interior. Suspension, that has been refurbished, all heavy duty, new tires, AC. And a good example of what a freewheeling Ford Bronco would look like back in 1979.
$35,000 reserves off. And so we will take a break. After that, Bronco sells. Speaking of Bronco, when we come back after the break, Chris Jacobs with a story of another Bronco that'll cross the block very soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to Glendale, Arizona. You're watching Mecum Auctions here on ESPN Plus. Now, check out this cool story. This is a homegrown tale for you. This 1968 Ford Bronco was actually purchased new right here in Glendale, Arizona, and it is completely unrestored. Original paint, original interior, original drivetrain. The only upgrade that's been made since it was discovered in a garage was these 20-inch Mob Steel wheels. Shout out to my boy Adam Genie, who runs Mob Steel. And these wheel covers right here, these are actually off of a 51 Ford. And the ones in front, since this is a four-wheel drive vehicle, well, those had to be modified slightly. It looks like the owner cut the center out of those wheel covers to make room for the four-wheel drive switch. Now, whoever wins this Bronco at auction is going to receive the original registrations, license plates, and the original owner's manual. What a cool time capsule indeed this 68 Bronco is. And we all know how hot the Bronco market has been, but I don't think that this one is going to be restored because it is so cool in its original condition. Scott?
Oh, that is a sweet find, CJ. Nice.
You know what the funkiest thing of that Bronco is?
What's that?
It's got a sun tachometer on the steering column.
Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, well, we roll on just past 7 o'clock out on the East Coast, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix. We have a couple hours to go with you. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens. You heard from Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta out there as well. Our gang in the truck, John Sifferlin, our producer, Tony Williams, our director. We are happy to be with you today on ESPN Plus as we take a look at the counterpart, really, to the Bronco in the early and mid-'60s, the International Scout 800, which I believe debuted in 1964, didn't it, Bill?
It debuted in '64, which beat the Bronco to the marketplace. But there's no doubt that these Scouts right here became the opposite number to those Broncos as time went on, you know. Body on restoration. That's forest greens, gotten a repaint, and it's got the original 152 cubic inch inline four. Probably struggles to make 200 horsepower. It's not a powerful engine at all, but it is durable. 3-speed manual transmission with 4-wheel drive. Yeah, we don't see many of these, and certainly not in this condition. This has had top-notch restoration, and it sells.
A friend of mine's wife's dad used to work at International. Her favorite vehicle was a '64 Scout when she was a youngster and always wanted one. Guess what he did for her? Yeah, it was last year. Bought a Scout, restored it, gave it to her on her 60th birthday.
Oh, what a great story.
How about that?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Very cool. 2020 Tacoma TRD Pro pickup truck.
Well, let's see. What land war can I end with that Toyota? So that is a deadly weapon. That has had over $50,000 invested in upgrades, suspension, brakes, all of the electronics, you name it. This Toyota is about as far from original as a Toyota pickup can get.
Oh, this is your bug-out pickup truck, man.
Oh, dear. Look at those lockers there up on top. What are you gonna put in there?
Whatever you want.
I guess. Jeez. Very, very impressive, this truck. 3.5 liter V6, but that's mundane compared to everything else you're looking at. Jacked up, heavy duty suspension. Look at the wheel and tire combination. That spells danger.
38, 37, 38. Anybody else? 37, 38, 37. Anybody get 38? Close bid at 37.
Well, 37,000 is going to be short of the mark. So another car, a truck in this case, certainly headed to bid goes on. Here's a 1991 GMC Jimmy for us now. This looks pretty pretty normal compared to that Toyota, right?
Yeah, just let my head stop spinning and I'll tell you about this GMC Jimmy. 5.7 liter V8 for power, 4-speed automatic with overdrive and 4-wheel drive. This has been in the original owner's care since last year, so this is the second time this truck is going to be offered to a new owner. Can you believe that? 373 gears, locking rear differential, AC, power windows, aluminum wheels, option after option, skid plates, locking hubs. And that's definitely a reshoot on that paint. Look at that. That's a clear coat all the way.
Now 29. Now 29. 28, 29.
Jimmy Landis asking for 29. The current bid at $28,000.
It's been driven. Odometer reads over 126,000 miles. But again, how could you possibly come to that conclusion just looking at it?
No way.
No way.
Sounds like he wants 31, really. But 29 might get as close.
I know you would, Bob.
words of
Won't
Mark
entertain
Delzell. If I was
29.
sitting down there and you were up here working as hard as I am to sell this car,
I got a surprise
I would
for
give
you coming up
29
next, Bill.
to you.
I like surprises.
Oh, this one you'll like.
You want to do
Give
28?
29,
See if we do that?
Yes.
28.
We got 28.
28 grand is the bid.
We got 28.
28. I don't know. Yeah, we'll stay tuned. We'll see what happens.
At 28.
We're going to close the bid there at 28.
Yep.
Okay, Jimmy says close it at 28. Pause.
Now offering Pete, 239.
And I think they're going to move on from there.
Jimmy on the Jimmy. Couldn't pull it all together.
Okay, here's your surprise, Bill.
Yeah.
85 Chevy K10. Under the hood, 502 cubic inches, 508 horsepower, and 580 pound-feet of torque.
You know what kind of surprises I like. Yeah. Ooh. Power by the hour. 502, 508, and the torque, 580 pound-feet.
Yes.
Oh boy, that is Muscleville right there. 4L80 transmission, the automatic, and lots of other modifications. Holly Terminator fuel system. It's got a replacement LED Holly dash and instruments. Doug Thorley, one of the greatest names in exhaust headers, sitting on that engine. And the bid will go on, Scott.
Wow. 50 grand. Not going to be strong enough. That's a lot of pickup truck there.
And look at that suspension setup in the back. You can see it protruding from the pickup bed.
All right, that's going to head out. And 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia Veloce is right behind the pickup truck.
Yeah, that's a model designation that goes back a long way with Alfa Romeo. Turbo, 2-liter, 280 horsepower, inline 4, auto transmission, and you know, Formula One technology has bled into the Alfa Romeo product line. It's got F1 style paddle shifters, navigation, remote start. You got multiple drive modes. That's another thing we're seeing more and more of, where you can pretty much dial in the way you want your car to respond. Adaptive cruise control. Boy, I love adaptive cruise control in my vehicle. You know, I'm fascinated with
it. Yes.
You just said it, and the cruise control does the rest. I love it.
It does.
You know,
you still have to pay attention.
Well, I know, but you must have
yes.
it. Yes.
No. Well, I've been in cars with
that
them.
have it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I dig mine.
And the high bid on that Alpha, $20,000. Here comes another Bronco, another big one from 1978.
Yeah, and the odometer on this one reads almost 33,000 miles. The second generation Bronco was only produced 1978 and 79. Of course, the Gen 1s began in 66 to 77. Original engine, 351 with a 4-speed manual. Ooh, that's something that I think adds to the appeal. Metallic blue and white top, as you can see. With the interior, there you see it. Factory bucket seats in that blue finish. It's got the handling package. Not sure what you can gain from a handling package in a Bronco that sits that high, but I'm sure they knew what they were doing.
Well, 30 grand high bid on that Bronco from 78. Well, let's take a look at this 1965 Mustang that is rolling up. And I'm kind of curious about how much 1965 Mustang DNA is actually on this car.
Yeah, well, any Mustang fastback that looks as great as that one, you would hope, has got something special happening under the hood, like a 302 crate engine with Edelbrock intake. That means the intake manifold and carburetor, Holley high-tech twin-side draft air cleaner, and headers and dual exhaust. So there you go. That's what you just saw. It's all hooked up to a Tremec 5-speed manual Ford 8-inch rear end. The gears are 380s. So that's got some low-end grunt. Power rack and pinion. Power brakes with front discs. Yep, digging it.
So $48,000. Travis. Now
48 grand.
Oh man, you are going to love driving that Mustang, buddy boy.
There we go. Happy new owners of that car. As we move to a 67 VW bus. This is a Type 2 deluxe camper bus.
Yeah, we mentioned that the Type 2s are not German built, but South American built. This is the last year for the split window bus. Notice that front windshield? Yeah, that became a thing of the past the following year. Also the first year for the 12-volt electrical system that made it a little bit easier to do some upgrades and hook some things up that you want. All of these buses, every single one. 4-speed manual transmission with a shifter that was like a scavenger hunt, trying to find the gear. A little rubbery. I've driven a bunch of these. California blue and gray metallic on the outside, and it's got the camper equipment inside as well.
That transmission does not exactly instill confidence in you when you're trying to find the gear, right?
Yeah, it's just not as responsive as modern ones.
Right. Well, here is your all-American Chevelle for you. How about this? The Stars and Stripes. And if this were an SS, it would be even more appropriate. SS for Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, good call.
From 1970.
Yeah, I like what they've done. The paint, let's face it, in this day and age, you know, if you're patriotic, you're going to go for this. You're not going to have to be talked into it. That's a 454, by the way, with 450 horse, which technically would make it like an LS6, but it's not an LS6 in reality, but has all the horsepower that an LS6 would have, and it's got the Muncie M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed and a few other upgrades to the power plant, but of course, it's that paint job that just puts it in a class by itself.
All right, so we will take a quick break here. Much more still to come. Corvettes, pickup trucks, muscle cars, much more still ahead. Oh, look at that. They are putting a little water on the playing surface here that the Arizona Cardinals use during the NFL season. And we welcome you back to our live coverage from Glendale, Arizona here on ESPN Plus. You know, we are thrilled once again in 2025 to have the great people at NPD along for this ride. They are one of our long-term sponsorships, and they can, of course, take care of every restoration need and desire that you might have as you work on your car. Right now, it's time for our NPD preview with Brother Bill Stevens.
Oh, this is Mondo Biondo. This is a 1970 Bronco, but you'd never know that it was a stock original 1970 Bronco years ago. This has been given the full Monty. It's got a Roush 347 cubic inch stroker engine installed by Ironworks Speed. It's got an automatic transmission, and that whole powertrain dishes out 465 horsepower. Look at the paint and the finish on this truck. 4-wheel drive front locking hubs, got Fox shocks underneath, 4-wheel disc brakes. Oh dear, now, oh look, there's the NPD catalog. You want to go back to all original with your Bronco, or you want to have something like this that is off the hook? That's the book that can help you get there, the NPD catalog.
All right, Bill, thank you. NPD, nationalpartsdepot.com. That's your online headquarters, and they have a number of different warehouses and can get parts to your door pronto. 1967 Camaro custom here, and the bid at $40,000.
Yep, another Gen 1 custom Camaro, and again a convertible. We've seen at least one or two before this one. LS1, 450 horse, 5.7 liter Chevy crate motor, Trim X 6-speed manual. And positive traction rear end. That's a 9-inch positive traction rear end, something we're used to seeing, you know, so many custom builds now. Vintage Air, Speed Tech tubular A-arms with adjustable shocks. All the right stuff, all in the right place. And I think we're going to get close on this, maybe a little bit more. And we can send this off to a new owner.
Yeah. Would you consider
18-inch US mags.
45,000.
Jimmy's asking for 45,000.
Not going to do it.
Close the bid at 42,000.
Yeah, that's not going to happen unless somebody jumps in here at the very last second.
Yep. I think between here and 50, that car will get sold.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
Yep.
All right. In the meantime, here is a 1950 Chevy 3100. This has been updated.
Oh. Yeah, the list is a long one. Get this. How about this for a power swap? It's a 50 Chevy 3100 pickup, yes. But the powertrain comes out of a 2004 SSR, Chevy SSR.
Yeah.
That wacky kind of hybrid pickup. Now I know, yeah, it's the 5.3. It's not the big block engine that they put into the SSR a year before it went out of production, but still very clever. 22,000 miles since the driveline was completed, and that patina finish, you know, that's something that people either love or is still trying to get used to.
Well, some of the interior also from an SSR from 2004.
Yeah,
the bucket seats,
right?
The accents, the suspension out of an SSR as well.
Yeah, there's probably as much SSR hardware in this as Chevy 3100.
Very true.
Yeah.
Close the bid at 35,000. Close the bid. The bid goes.
And the high bid at $35,000. Well, let's move on now. 1990 Chevy pickup truck. And this is one of their very well-known and very desirable 454 SS pickup trucks.
Yeah, the cars were SS 454s. The truck was 454 SS. And didn't build them for a long time. 1990, the first year. And, you know, I don't know why we haven't seen more of these trucks with real high horsepower 454s in them. It dropped right in.
True.
Because the original trucks, they really didn't have that much horsepower. And boy, that would be such an easy plug and play, but maybe I just gave someone the idea. But this is an all original truck. This is in great shape. And it's not going to sell at $40,000.
Now offering T250, that's a 1990.
So it will wave at the bid goes on the way by. And low mileage, too. You saw the sticker in the window, 12,000 and some change.
Oh, someone's got to snap that up at bid goes on. It's really too choice a truck to let get out of here.
Up next is 93 AM General Humvee M998.
Yeah, this is the Arnold Schwarzenegger package. No, they didn't do that. But, you know, you take a look at this, and all you can think of, all the movies that have come out that are somehow involved with, you know, American warfare, wherever it happens to be. I mean, these were the vehicles that supplanted the Jeep.
Sure.
These were the ones that really became such legends to all of the military.
12.
Camouflage paint is so reflective of its military history. You can't help but think of that.
10, 12.
This can go up to 30 inches of water.
$12,000.
Believe I don't go anywhere, really. I mean, this will go through sand. This will go through quicksand, climb a mountain, climb rocks.
13.
Its legend lives on.
13. Should have given 12. 13. 13,000.
Bidding at 12 grand.
12,000. Anybody get 13? 14. 14. 13. Anybody get 14,000? You want 14, sir? How's your drink? Pretty good? 14. Was that a bid? Looked like a bid. So, $13,000,
right.
Ryan Brewer.
Now offering
13 grand. I think that gentleman would be very happy with it.
By the way, every one of those is a wide body.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Look at it.
So glad you pointed that out.
It's a very wide bustle you're looking at.
Boy, is it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It is.
Here's another 34 Ford Phaeton, 4-door with a lot of custom touches here, Bill.
Oh, indeed, yeah. And well done as well. Got to be impressed with the build quality of these hot rods that we're seeing here today. Steel body and fiberglass fenders, 400 cubic inch small block Chevys to power with some tasty high performance pieces. There you see it's wearing a Don Hampton supercharger, AFR heads as well, and a Jessel belt drive. Cam's been changed over to Holley 4-barrel, feeding that engine. Stainless exhaust, turbo 350 for the transmission with a posi rear end, rolling with 373 gears. Nicely done. Well executed changes on that. How about that beautiful deep green metallic paint with the American Racing Torque Thrust 2 chrome mag wheels. Oh yeah, you could rave about this car forever. Just so much nice things that have been done to it.
So 45,000 bucks. Boy, I tell you what, that green paint.
Yep.
You may have discussed it, but it is Hall of Fame material.
Truly.
Ask me.
Yep.
1970 Caprice up for us now, Bill, and I see some updated wheels and tires. How far does the list go in terms of mods?
Fairly long and conservative, but on the other hand, very clever.
Okay.
All right. 454 V8 with Corvette tri-power induction.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't that cool? It's got cam and lifters and the rockers, the springs, the entire valve train's been given the makeover. Turbo 400 automatic, 3,000 RPM stall converter, so this is ready to rip as soon as you whole shot this car. White paint, black vinyl top, that's the original white paint. All the interiors factory original, including the sill plates, floor mats. It's got AC. And Budnick, 18-inch front wheels and 20-inch rear wheels. Nice.
There we go.
I'm digging it. Yep.
Yeah, 23,000. And, you know, it's not often that we see, you know, Corvette parts, specifically that tri-power setup you're talking about, transplanted into a car like a Caprice, huh?
And it's a 454 in the tri-power Corvette setups run 427s.
Right.
So someone was thinking way outside the box.
Cool. 69 C10. Well presented pickup truck here, Bill.
As we have seen throughout the day today, so many, Scott. 69 C10. Small block in it with an automatic transmission. Very simple yet effective modifications. It's got tubular headers as well. They did a little restitching on the inside as you just got a good look at that small block. Truck's had a recent repaint and it looks it. Nice finish. Chrome, multi-spoke, aftermarket. Wheels all the way around.
Little rally stripe treatment on the hood, too.
Yep.
Looking good.
Color matched bed.
Love it. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium here. Glendale, Arizona. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. We are live on ESPN Plus today. Glad you are with us. And since we're in State Farm Stadium, Bill, how about this 1990 Chevrolet Stadium Racer pickup truck?
Oh, does this take me back? I remember that Stadium Truck Racing Series so well. So much fun to watch. Remember Ivan Iron Man Stewart and one of the Mears brothers was heavily involved in that. Roger Mears. I think you're right. And those trucks would bang and bash around these stadiums that had the all-dirt road course built, and the fenders would be flying off, and the doors would be rattling, and oh, it was so much fun. Anyway, this is a real Chevrolet Stadium Racer pickup right here.
And check that out. It was
Danny
driven
Thompson.
by our buddy Danny Thompson.
Yep, he was very heavily involved in that. And his dad, Mickey Thompson Entertainment Group, was part of the sponsorship conglomeration that made those races possible.
Right.
Oh, so cool, so great.
Danny raced these in the early to mid 90s.
Right. and that's when that series was at its peak. V6 engine, not a lot of power, but that wasn't what these were all about. The suspensions and the setup were just incredible. Just love to see that truck.
Very cool. A bid goes on truck as we move to a 2008 Hummer H2 selling at no reserve.
All right, here's a Hummer in civilian guise, you might say. And this is the Hummer 2, a little bit downsized from the one we saw earlier. 6.2 liter V8 with an automatic. And this will go just about anywhere. It doesn't have to have the military livery on it to be a vehicle that can take you wherever you want to go, including Mount McKinley. This is a real off-road all-star.
Tell you what, you put Danny Thompson behind the wheel of this truck, you probably win whatever race you enter.
It'll be fun to watch.
$18,000. I believe the bid goes on that. Oh, it did sell. Here's a 69 Nova Super Sport. Opening up at $25,000.
Now, as it sits in butternut yellow, you know, this is a car that certainly can hold its own. 350 V8. There you see it right there. Pretty mild 350. You don't see, you know, downdraft carburetors or 8-stack fuel injection or anything on it. And it's a 4-speed, factory 4-speed. And there you see the shifter right there. And actually, the reverse lockout works, which is not true with a lot of these older shifters. That is the original color on this, but I will tell you this, that car would make a great starting point for some sleeper. Some, you know what I'm saying? Some street, you know, with an LS7 or something like that, but just leave the outside alone. Oh man, you could ambush anybody.
Not only is that the original color, but it's also original paint.
Yeah.
A lot of original paint on the engine and the engine compartment, the transmission. So you're right.
Yeah.
Good palette. Okay, a by the way, that was a bid goes on car. 1968 Buick Wildcat on the block now.
Oh, another legend. Buick Wildcats. The top of the line performance / luxury full-size Buick. This with a 430 cube 360 horsepower V8 with a turbo 400. And you know, you don't have to do anything to these cars because the styling was so dead on from the factory that all you really had to do is keep it the way that it is and you'll still impress people. Look at the way that car looks.
One of the first cars I ever remember when I was probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old. Too early to know exactly what it was, but all I know is that my great-grandfather had a Buick Wildcat in his driveway, and I thought it was the coolest name for anything.
Yep.
I didn't know anything about cars.
Didn't have to.
3 years old.
Yep.
But I will never forget that Wildcat emblem on the deck lid.
These cars did so much to lift the image of Buick. A lot of people consider them back in the day kind of, you know, dowdy, sort of overgrown, you know, unassuming automobiles. But these Wildcats, the only thing I would do to this would put those Wildcat wheels on there, those factory alloy wheels. But, you know, short of that, there's nothing you can do to this car to improve the appearance.
12,000 at no reserve. That's the bid.
Oh, good for that person. Wow. Yeah, $12,000. And if the top were down on this, oh boy.
That may be one of the best buys of the day today, Bill.
They did not overpay.
Okay, from the Wildcat on to a 37 Dodge. This is a custom sedan here.
Don't see many of these hot-rodded. Dodge custom sedan. A frame-off build. This was a comprehensive project. 405 cubic inch Chevy small block. 4-bolt mains. It's got a beefy bottom end. It's got a dress kit on it. A Lunati cam. Boy, there's a name you don't hear a lot. Lunati. One of the great aftermarket camshaft builders. Edelbrock intake with a Holly carb. That's pretty standard fare. Mallory distributor. And there's that 700 R4. 4-speed overdrive. That fourth gear is the overdrive. That 700 R4. What an adaptable transmission too. That was a descendant of the Power Glide and the Turbo 350. And the Turbo 350 was not as popular to people. It was not an overdrive. 700. R4 corrected that. And it sells.
I didn't quite catch it. Did you say Lou Malnati's Pizza was involved with this at all?
Oh, now I'm hungry. No, it's Lunati.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, 16,000 bucks for that one, and we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
I'll take a slice of Lou Malnati's.
Yeah.
That's the Chicago boy in me talking. All right, check out this time capsule, guys. 1969 Pontiac Trans Am, completely unrestored. I'm talking all original sheet metal, original paint, original wheels, original interior. Very rare steering wheel on this bad boy. So cool all the way around, man. I mean, wow, I just got to say, this is amazing. And check out the sticker on the front bumper here from Edwards Air Force Base in California. I love to imagine that this car was owned by a pilot who flew planes out of Edwards, and this was his driver, and just, you know, loved being on the road as much as he loved being up in the sky. And then check out this last touch right here. This car actually has a sunroof. This is a dealer-installed sunroof, and the winning bidder will get the receipt from the dealer for installing that sunroof. So as if this car wasn't rare enough by virtue of it being in completely original form, it's also a sunroof 69 Pontiac Trans Am. Unbelievable, Scott.
Oh, boy.
Amazing.
Well, yeah, that car, true, Chris. And speaking of unbelievable, here is the Bronco that you previewed for us a little while ago, CJ. That 68 Bronco, completely unrestored, and a vehicle that was sold brand new right here in Glendale, Arizona.
Matching numbers 289, small block V8, 3-speed manual transmission. And what can you say? I think Chris already said it. What a great history on this. And yeah, they made a few modifications to those wheels, but for practical reasons, not for cosmetic reasons.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely original, except for the minor changes. That is, wow.
Super cool. Not going to be enough money at 40 grand, so we'll let it go to bid goes on. Look at that. Back with more from Glendale in a few minutes.
We're back here in Glendale, Arizona, State Farm Stadium. There you see the exterior, but we're inside. And we're going to go back to the block right now with our next vehicle. You know, I think we're going to call this show the Scott and Bill Potpourri of Pickups today, because look what we have here. 59 Ford F100, and this one restored, and restored to original with some modifications, minor ones indeed. Holley Sniper fuel injection on the 223 cubic inch straight six. How about that? Holley Sniper on a straight six.
Wow.
Yeah, manual transmission. You see the brown and white, which is a non-factory color combo, and gold leaf pinstriping. Yeah, nice mix of originality and modifications right here.
And what was your name for the day today?
The Scott and Bill Potpourri of Pickups.
Oh, yes, I would agree with that.
It's been almost more pickups than we normally would see at any auction.
Well, and that's not to be unexpected here in Glendale. We seem to have lots and lots of pickup trucks every time we come here.
Yeah, this is the part of the world where people want to have them.
22 grand. Now, Bill, keep an eye on the brown of that pickup truck. Look at it closely.
I am.
Right? Take a look at the paint on the next car, a 77 Trans Am. Looks like they took the paint out of the same bucket.
You know what? They are almost identical. That might be a little lighter, but I see what you mean.
Yeah,
there's
very
a
close.
lot of similarity here. Yeah,
anyway, 1977, brown was popular.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Earth tones were pretty big during that time period. So yeah, 400 cube V8 in this one. It's been upgraded with high performance intake, 200 4R automatic transmission. Only one repaint since it was new. Brown everywhere. Brown exterior, beige interior, light brown, bucket seats, center console.
$14,000 is the bid.
Yep. And it's got that Screaming Eagle on the hood. I hate to call it a Screaming Chicken. I don't know. I think that's kind of demeaning. So I'll call it, I like to call it Eagle.
Okay.
Right? You all right?
Sure.
All done?
Yeah. Yeah, there you see it's got the snowflake wheels as well, and not an expensive automobile. You're going to drive, you know, a Pontiac Trans Am that still has the image, but doesn't have the price tag.
There you go. All right, 1973 Mercury Cougar on the tail end of that Trans Am.
It's so difficult to really categorize what the Mercury Cougar was by 1973. When it debuted in 1967, yeah, it was an alternative to the Mustang. Maybe it had a little bit more of an upscale image, but by 1973, this was moving into the personal luxury car category.
Sure.
You know, with the Grand Prix and the Riviera or what have you. This one has a 351, the Cleveland engine, with an automatic. And not much in the way of modifications. This Mercury Cougar has been preserved in practically showroom condition.
I've always thought that in this time period, like you say, it was more of the Cougar couldn't figure out what it wanted to be. Did it want to be a kind of a sports performance car, or did it want to be that luxury car, a personal luxury car? And then we saw a few years later, it definitely went the direction, ended up that way.
Much bigger. It shared a platform, I believe, with the Thunderbird. And just think 4 years earlier, you had the Mercury Eliminator.
Right.
Where they were trying to rule in the muscle car category. Yeah.
Okay, here is one that is well off the beaten path today. A 1963 Jaguar Mark II sedan, 3.8 sedan.
3.8 straight six, a motor that you could find in an XKE, but here it is in the Mark II sedan. 4-speed manual transmission with overdrive. This is what you would consider to be an affordable Jaguar classic. This is not in the same category as the XK120, XK150. Even if you want to go back as far as the SS100, this would be a Jaguar that was mass-produced. Plenty of them were built. And they were considered to be the ultimate executive office on wheels. Leather, fragrant interior. And this one right here, as you can see, restoration all the way, 100 point.
Love it.
Yeah.
And not a lot of money, 30 grand.
Right.
Okay, 2012 Bentley Continental GT next. Another one that Danielle fell in love with.
We've had our share of these today. The 2012 with a 567 horsepower W12 12-cylinder engine, 6 liters. One of the smoothest automatic transmissions you would ever drive, the ZR 6-speed. All-wheel drive. And I loved how Danielle described the color, the Havana with a linen interior. All the extras. All the standard features and options. Pretty much a loaded car. I always think of Monterey when I see these. Because when we go out there, that is the ride of choice for so many people.
This one does have that valet key.
It better.
Scott, you were talking about the lighting here in State Farm Stadium earlier, wondering how it looks up close to you on the block, that deep brown with just a hint of purple is what I see.
I don't see the purple here because we may be too far away from it.
It looks like a dark gray, almost a black from where we're sitting.
Right. I do see the brown. It's tough though, man. The lighting changes here with as much daylight as the roof lets in. Even closed. So it could be tough sometimes. It's still a beautiful car, though, Danielle. Well chosen. Oh, and by the way, Danielle, tell us what else you've chosen for us.
Yes, Scott, I have chosen some awesome photos to share with you for Memory Lane. If you're new to Mecum, it's one of my favorite segments of the show, right? Because every story has a car, and every owner has a reason why they love them. This is where I share photos from our Mecum Facebook page that you upload with favorite cars from the years gone by and the memories that you've made in them. Let's take a look at today's first picture. It comes from Debbie Neal Owens with her 1974 Plymouth Cuda. Guys, I think Debbie was probably pretty cool and popular in high school because she says she bought this for her senior year and drove it to school on the first day. She still has this 74 Cuda, all original. Debbie, you still have the Cuda. I want to know, does your boyfriend still have those shorts? Wow, that is a look. Next up, we have Paul Deaver. He says, my first car, 1965 MGB. Paul says this photo was taken in 1972 when I first purchased the car and loved driving it. Some people watching, guys, may be familiar with MGB, of course, a two-door sports car manufactured by British Motor Corporation from 1962 until 1980. Collectors love them because they're inexpensive and have readily available parts. Good stuff. Keep submitting your Mecum Facebook Memory Lane photos to our Mecum Facebook page. Remember, give me the description of the car and some of the favorite memories you have of it, and we'll share them here on the show soon. Scott?
Oh, very good. Thank you, Danielle. And even as you were mentioning that, this 2010 Challenger SRT 8 hits a high bid of $45,000 and heads to the bid goes on. While we move to the next car, an 08 Shelby GT500 Super Snake here, Bill.
Horsepower Abundanza. 5.4 liter V8, Kenny Bell billet, twin screw, supercharger, 725 horsepower, all coursing into a 6-speed short shift manual transmission. Wow, what a ride. Carroll Shelby signed the glove box. That's torch red on the outside, black on the inside. Let's take a look inside there. Oh, how much fun it would be to get your hands on that 6-speed shifter and mash that throttle pedal. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of Shelby options here, including the racing suspension with adjustable dampers, the brake duct kit to cool the brakes, 6-piston calipers, Borla exhaust, free-flowing exhaust, cold air intake. Oh boy.
65 grand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got
is
you.
the bid. And you heard Bill right. 725 horsepower.
Yeah, that would be an unforgettable experience to drive that car. I've driven a 700 horsepower Mustang, not a Shelby, in the past, and yeah, it makes every other car boring. You know, just changes your whole perspective of what a fast car is.
Well, $75,000 is not going to be enough to buy that car today. And Bill, it is horsepower o'clock.
Yeah. Wow.
We go from 725, a little bit of a downgrade, but not that much, to a 2012 Camaro Super Sport with a supercharged 6.2 liter engine. How about 650 horsepower on this one?
Oh yeah, the modern iteration of the ZR1, 650 horse, 6.2 liter V8. This has the 6-speed manual transmission. Oh, it's the kind of car you never want to get out of again with all that power. And this one has had obviously some appearance upgrades. You can see the wheel treatment inside, pretty much stuck to originality inside there. But the outside, yeah, a little bit more flavor.
That manual transmission, though.
I know. Some people think that automatic is the way to go. You just hang on to the steering wheel and pray, but gotta love having that shifter in my right hand.
I agree. All right, selling at no reserve, $31,000. We are getting set for our final hour of day number 1 here at Mecum Glendale. We'll do that when we come back.
Down 4 seconds.
Oh!
I own collector.
34,000 pounds. 2022.
Welcome, ESPN. We are saying sold, sold, sold. Ain't that how we do it, boys? Yeah.
It's great to be with the worldwide leader and great to be with you at home watching us on ESPN Plus. Come on back tomorrow. Coverage beginning live at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. 5 hours down, still another hour left in our coverage today. And it's time for us to go around the block. We kick it off with Chris Jacobs.
Danielle, how long is the drive from Phoenix to Vegas? Because I need to go there, and I need to go there in this car right here. 1967 Cadillac Eldorado, the first year for this new Eldorado body style, inspired by GM style chief Bill Mitchell. Bill Stevens, I know you're a fan of his. You mentioned him a couple times on the show already today. Powered by the 1 year only for this car, 429 under the hood, and that is the original 429 under the hood. Beautifully done up in jade green over black. Man, what a flawless car. Please give me the keys.
Well, Chris Jacobs, I can tell you, it is a 4.5-hour drive from Glendale to Las Vegas, so you'd have time to get back for tomorrow's show.
I'm there.
But just barely. Well, I tell you what, it's been a terrific opening day for us here on ESPN Plus from Mecum Glendale, and as usual, we see some things we didn't expect to see here, and it's going to continue tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah, we've gone from 150 horsepower 1954 Corvettes to 700 horsepower Shelby pickups. So that's a pretty wide swath we're cutting today.
Absolutely right. One of the cars that we want to spotlight for you is coming up on Saturday, actually, and it is always a contender for a top seller at any Mecum event, and that's, of course, the legendary Boss 429, and this particular one from 1969, Bill.
Yeah, one of 2 years they built them, and you got a quick look at that 429 semi-Hemi engine that was so big, Ford had to go out of house to get it into the car. That'll be coming. That's a numbers matching engine and transmission, by the way, as well.
And it's coming up on Saturday. Our coverage both tomorrow and Saturday kicks off at 3 p.m. Eastern and noon out here in the Valley. $32,000, the high bid for that 95 Land Rover Defender 90. A bunch of custom work on it as well. As we move on and watch the arrival of a 1951 Chevy pickup, here's a 3100 5-window.
Potpourri continues. And this one, again, everybody has a different way of approaching customizing these classic Chevy pickups. This 51 3100 has a small block in it. Great choice of color. You see that metallic blue. Automatic transmission, turbo 350. How about a Nova independent front suspension that's been mounted to this with 4-wheel disc brakes and power steering as well. Great drivability. Dakota digital gauges, which we like as well, and those American Torque Thrust 2 chrome wheels. The perfect complement to anything that you're building. It's got a high-end stereo inside. We'll just walk around here and just take a look at this. There's the interior. Beautiful job of restitching the seat. You see that the dashboard pretty much reflects its originality, but you see air conditioning vents underneath the dash, obviously added as well, with an aftermarket steering wheel and steering column. Yeah. All well done. Craftsmanship there for everybody to see. Original taillight, shaved rear tailgate. It all adds up, and it's going to sell, Scott.
Wow. Reserves off, 42,000. Matt says last call on the pickup truck.
One more time, see what happens. I got to know.
44. Fresh frame off restoration, too. Just finished last year. I don't know if you mentioned that yet.
I didn't, but it's worth mentioning.
Sure. And there it is, 44 grand. Buys that pickup truck. Very nicely done. Well, here's an important pickup truck in the Chevrolet history books. We're talking about a 59 Apache, but if you look closely underneath, you can see this is a Napco 4-wheel drive truck, and we get to see these from time to time. That's when they went out of house to convert them to four-wheel drive.
And a lot of times we'll see them in the sedan delivery configuration or the station wagon configuration. This is the pickup version. Yep, 383 stroker engine. And it's got, how about this Bluetooth connectivity? How about that for going modern, huh?
I had no idea they had that in 1950. Wait.
All right, we're going to have to talk about this later. The air conditioning provided by our friends at Vintage Air, custom stitched cowhide bench seat you may have gotten a look at, and a diamond stitch headliner, which maybe you didn't see. Yeah, this is going to be a great buy for somebody if we can get the reserve off anywhere over the next couple of $1,000s. Wow, because, you know, the Napco trucks, got a zillion of them out there.
You're back here. You lost. 31, 32 now.
Napco upgrade on a pickup truck. That's, again, kind of using your noodle to come up with something different.
31, 32 pound, 9.5. Sold 31,000. Sold 31,000. Others next way. Now offering T283 at 2021 Maserati.
All right, 31 grand.
All right is right.
Boy, that's a sweet truck.
It sure is, man. You know, just the fact that it's so different, you got to love it.
Here's a 2021 Maserati Ghibli Series 2 SQ4 Gran Lusso.
Well, that's all the time we have, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that was a mouthful. Has that 424 horsepower 3-liter V6. That's a twin turbo engine. It's a one-owner car. 18,000 plus miles on it. And let me tell you what color that is, okay? That's Grigio Maratea Metalescent with Nero Zegna Edition interior. Oh, I think I just beat your record.
You might have.
Yeah.
You might have.
Yeah, this is not going to be big money, even though it's only a 4-year-old Maserati and was an expensive car when it was new. Almost $100,000 in 2021 for this car.
And 42,000. Well, we'll leave it there and let the bid goes on, fellas. Take it from there. Here's another Mercedes-Benz. This is an S63 AMG from 2011.
Now, this was an expensive car when it was new, but watch the bidding on this. See where it goes. This is 14 years old, we'll say.
Yep.
5.5 liter, 563 horsepower V8. We see that in a lot of AMGs, but AMG, that's the secret sauce on these cars. They are ready for anything performance-wise.
You know what? A lot of times we see this vintage car with high mileage, 100,000 or more,
right?
And they've still got life left in them. This one, we're told, only 49,000 miles.
Yeah, this still has many miles of excitement left ahead of it. Great sound system, the Harman Kardon multi-speaker sound system. And as you might expect, all leather inside. I'll bet you the aroma of the inside of that Benz is intoxicating.
Oh, I bet it. You're right. Yeah.
23.5. You want Mitch? Get 23.5. Is he want to be 24? Got 23.5, 24,000 a bit. Either one of you guys, I'd get a bit of a 24,000 a bit. 3.5, get a bit of a 4. 3.5, get a bit of a 24. Yes, no. I'd get a 3.5, get a bit of a 4.
23.5.
24,000. 4 to bid.
You know, I just thought my lady has a S-Class, S550 4MATIC. I think I'm going to get a set of those wheels for her car.
Oh.
Those wheels look great.
That's what color's her car?
Black.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice idea.
Yep.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. And you watching us and these fantastic cars, most importantly, on ESPN Plus today. Glad to be here as we are into our final hour Much more coming up tomorrow and Saturday from this very building. Here is a 2020 Toyota Supra Launch Edition.
Scott,
and a car selling at no reserve at $40,000, Bill.
And it just sold it before I could get the words out of my mouth. What a sensation this car was. People debated for a long time whether the Supra was an exotic because of somewhat limited production, the horsepower, the performance. This one, 335 horse, turbo 3-liter. And when this car was made available to the public, Toyota was flooded with orders. This was a car everyone was waiting for. And I don't think anybody was disappointed when they got their hands on them.
Well, as we mentioned, it did sell for $40,000. And so we will move next to a 1980 Chevy Blazer. And a good thing the engine room on this is big.
Yeah.
Because they need it. Look at that.
Look at that. Sheet metal valve covers on that 496 cubic inch V8. Yeah. 400, turbo 400 with 3,000 RPM stall converter in it. Brodix heads. Ooh, money, money, money. But somewhat conservative otherwise. Just electronic fuel injection and a Pro Charger. Posi rear end. QA1 suspension. Giving it the ride it needs to get that power to the ground. Power disc brakes. And a few other things as well. But I think the overall effect of the finished product of this truck is outstanding.
How do you like those Weld 10-spoke wheels?
You know me, a polished alloy wheel.
Yeah.
There are very few I don't like. And they fill the bills. Count the spokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 10? 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 10 spokes. Okay. You know, I'm kind of doing, you know, elementary school mathematics on nationwide television.
It's okay.
I want to get it right.
It's okay.
Thanks. Yeah, nobody is going to have to dig into their 401k very deep to buy this truck, and there's a heck of a lot more money in the build than this will potentially sell for, because if it does, it'll happen if it goes on.
You nailed it. 18 grand is what they've got to work with over there, so we'll see what happens. By the way, you can track all of that, see the results and everything at Mecum.com. Sign up for your own My Mecum account, and it's absolutely free, super easy to do. Takes you about 90 seconds or so, and you can keep track of the current auction, history, what's coming up in the future, everything. Here is that 1958 custom Corvette that I believe Danielle previewed a bit earlier in the day today.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of this Corvette left that it had when it left the factory here. Wow, huh? Crate motor, 350 cube, V8. That's that GM ZZ4 that you see in a lot of bills. Turbo 350. Got a Ford rear end, 9-inch rear end that'll more than handle all the power coming out of that crate motor. Power discs, power steering. A couple of things that you would not find in the original 58 Chevrolet Corvette. They restitched the interior tilt column with a Lecara leather steering wheel. Power windows, and just some great finish work there. Good wheel choice. They painted the coves in that metallic silver. Great car.
All right, on to an 08 SL 550 convertible.
Yeah, another Benz.
Is this the one that Nancy has?
No, she has an S-Class.
Yeah,
big guy.
That. Okay.
Yep. However, this has the 5.5 liter, 382 horsepower V8 that's in her S-Class.
Okay.
All right. This is a 2008. Again, someone's going to get a car that looks a whole lot newer than it is and will impress just as many people.
And the bid goes on at $17,000. So we're not talking break the bank money.
No, that'll sell for maybe a few thousand more.
Okay, 2022 Bronco. That is what is up next.
Oh, well, I do not have enough time to tell you everything that this Bronco has. But first of all, it's not high mileage, a little over 2,600 miles, never driven off-road. It's got the black diamond trim. Power-wise, the 2.3 liter, 348 horsepower, 4-cylinder engine. That almost seems silly to me when you mention the specs on a 4-cylinder engine. 348 turbocharged horsepower. of a 2.3. Custom engine cover, you may have seen that. It was built by JD Fab. 7-speed manual. Silver exterior. And many other changes to this Bronco. Aftermarket, body side moldings, custom painted lower body contrasting color and pinstripes. That's labor intensive. Two-tone gray, marine grade seats. On and on and on. What a truck.
It is very cool, no doubt about that, at $50,000. And let's check in with Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane right now.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, here with another cool one that's going to be coming across the block in just a little bit. This is a 1979 Pontiac Trans Am. Now, of course, this car was made famous in Smoking the Bandit, but that was a 1977 Pontiac Trans Am. Now, let's take a look at the decal on the hood, because this is something that's instantly recognizable on these cars. You realize that there are 39 different versions of the Firebird decal on these Trans Ams, and one way to tell the difference between a 77 and a 78 or 79 like this is the way that the bird is facing. On the 77, the Bandit car, the bird was facing the driver's side. At some point in 1978, there was a decal variation that switched it over to facing the passenger side, and from 1979 on, they were all facing the passenger side. So just a quick little tip as to tell which year the Firebird may be. But this one being a 79, the chicken has his head turned towards the passenger side. Oops, did I just call it a chicken? Sorry about that, all you purists.
Knock it off.
Sorry, Bill, sorry. But no, very cool car nonetheless. Beautiful shape, going across the block in just a little bit, guys.
All right, sounds good, CJ. And that's always, well, I tell you what, those Bandit Edition cars are never going to go out of style.
You want to hear a coincidence?
Please.
Smokey and the Bandit comes out in the movies. A couple of years later, the 1979 Trans Am, the highest selling Trans Am of any year.
Right.
Tell me that's not drawing a straight line.
All right, let's take a few steps downfield, if you will, toward the end zone. I guess we're in the red zone, to be truthful with you. If it was a football game, we'd be right here.
If we were the New England Patriots, we would get no further.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes. An 81 GMC 1500 camper special that looks every bit of all original. What do you think?
You know, let's be honest. Let's just tell it like it is. It's kind of a cool old truck. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, it just exudes originality. Nobody has made any kind of effort to gussy it up, if you will. It's honest. It is what it is. Inline 6, 350 turbo, automatic transmission, which is an upgrade, obviously. You have that transmission in there with a 6-cylinder.
And $5,000. Somebody will take that and do something with it.
Probably, you know, a hunter or, you know, a sportsman,
Sure.
someone going fishing. They'd use it.
All right, $5,000 for that pickup truck. On to a 2012 BMW M3 convertible on the block now.
Yeah, the M-Series BMWs, they are the equivalent of the AMG Mercedes-Benzes. Always more performance and power in the M cars. And this is the convertible. When the M3 debuted, you don't only get a fixed roof, and then they went to a convertible. This one with a 4-liter, 414 horsepower V8. 7-speed double clutch automatic transmission. That cost $2,500 if you ordered that at the dealer. That color is called Space Gray Metallic. And these cars will always be interesting to collectors. Anything with an M badge is going to be desirable for a long time to come. And this car probably stickered for somewhere in the 50s or 60s. And now here it is 13 years later and kind of falling into the affordable category for a lot of folks. Plenty of options.
Well,
Bluetooth, Sirius XM.
Okay.
Well, Matt Morbeck says maybe needed another 5 to 7, maybe even $10,000. to get that one bought. So we'll see. In the meantime, a 2011 F-150 Lariat Limited from Ford.
Nice. 6.2 liter V8, 6-speed automatic, 373 limited slip rear axle and shift on the fly 4-wheel drive. That takes care of the running gear. That's white platinum with gray and black on the inside. And some options and features, heated and cooled front captain's chairs. And I am really digging the wheels in this truck. We'll pull out in just a second here and get a look at him and see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 5-spoke wheel. Really adds. Bed liner, keeping it sanitary back there.
That actually surprises me that you like those wheels.
Why is that?
I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't look Bill Stevens.
Well, I'm trying to be as honest as I can be, despite what you might think.
No, I appreciate that. It
Yeah.
just, I wouldn't peg it.
Okay, well, you know, we can still
That's
be,
okay.
We can still be friends. I mean, you
Well, I
know, I'm not
realize
gonna take it out on you.
No, I'm not mad.
Those are great wheels. In fact, I like them even more now after you said that.
Great. See, that's what I was going after.
Okay.
Okay, here we go with Mercury Cyclone GT from 1969.
Oh, cool car, R-code car. Big 428 in there. 4-speed, yes sir, the Cyclone. That spells performance to any Mercury aficionado right there. There you see it, the big block. Functional ram air intake, as you can see. And originality everywhere. That's the original color, maroon, original wheels. Those are not the original tires. Those are later vintage, raised white letter Coopers. Interior, yep, there you go, 4-speed. Ready to go GTO hunting right there.
You said it.
Yeah.
Not a bad color combination either. That matte black hood scoop on the burgundy, the very subtle. Do you see the stripes along the side, black stripes?
Yeah, that car doesn't say "Here I come."
Wow.
That's working undercover.
38 is the bid. And that's enough to cue that reserve to come off.
Yep. You know, if you're not brand loyal, Mercury's, their muscle car, set up from the 1960s through the early 70s, it costs you less than most Chevys and a lot of Fords.
Right. 38 grand buys that one today. 78 International Scout SS2 Baja Cruiser. How about this?
Yeah. Oh, let's count how many of these we've seen. One. Yeah. No, this is pretty exclusive right here. One of approximately 4,000 Super Scout 2 Baja Cruisers were built. How many still remain? Well, you got to guess not many, because we hardly ever, if at all, have seen these. Got the original 304 cubic inch V8 in it with a 3-speed standard transmission. But the story right here is the appearance. Got no doors. It's got that screaming orange paint, roll bar, spare tire back there in the pickup bed. It's got that matte finish surrounding the door openings, a soft top. And in the front, it's got the wildest looking crash bar and winch setup I think I've ever seen.
Well, the high bid at 27, that's a jack on the front.
Jack, yeah.
And the high bid was 27,000. That's hugger orange, isn't it? That's got it.
It's dead on.
It is. Very cool truck. A day of Bentleys here today on this Thursday at Mecum Glendale. An 07 GTC is on the block right now.
Silver Lake metallic and magnolia interior. Got that 12-cylinder, 6-liter, 553 horsepower power plant, 6-speed automatic. We've gone through the specs on these cars throughout the day today, and this one has all the things we've mentioned before. All-wheel drive, adaptive air suspension, all that sweet-smelling leather inside, 14-way power heated seats. Geez, I can't think of 14 different ways I'd want to adjust the seat, but I guess that one will do it. Stability control, traction control, DVD-based navigation system that kind of tips you as to how old that this car is. Those DVD-based navigation systems have been replaced. They've been, you know, supplanted by the more modern software now.
Okay, $33,000, a relative bargain on that GTC from 2007. And we will break away. 30 minutes to go, thereabouts, when we come back to Glendale. Well, there's a look at some of the big rigs that comprise Mecum Transport's fleet of trucks that will help get your car from the auction floor to your garage door, and vice versa. If you need to do that, you can get a quote from Mike Baker and the team that he has assembled by going to the website, transport.mecum.com. We welcome you back for a final 30 minutes here at Mecum Glendale. This is a 1951, looks a lot like a Harley Davidson, right? Nope, it is a 1951 Requo, and it's an RQ Model 45, essentially the Japanese version of the Harley Davidson, made in the early 30s. And that is super cool. We saw several of these at our motorcycle auction in Las Vegas back in late January. Love those. So we've got a string of motorcycles here for a minute, and the next one is going to be a 1978 Kawasaki Z1R, not ZR1, Z1R TC Molly. This is a 1016 cc inline 4. It's a 5-speed, total restoration. That is an air-cooled double overhead cam inline 4. This is a limited edition Raleigh and Molly Sanders livery, hence the name. And the bid at $31,000. Swing arm, rear swing arm, dual shocks. There you see the hydraulic front fork system as well. Disc brakes.
Scott, if a two-wheeled vehicle ever embodied the 70s more, I don't know what it could possibly be. This is such a cool looking bike.
It has the look, no doubt about it. I mean, so many cool motorcycles from the 1970s that are still very, very popular today. We saw an H2 earlier in the telecast. And this one from 1978 gavels for $38,000. I mentioned it a little while ago, and if you missed it, back at our motorcycle auction in Vegas, we sold that 1915 Cyclone for a world record $1 million and some change. I forget what the final number was. The first ever motorcycle to sell at auction for $1 million or more. And we were lucky to have it. 66 Honda CL160 Scrambler. You can see that by the high pipes on the left side when the camera gets around to that. Very first model year of the CL160, and an early production as well. There you see those high pipes on the Scrambler. 161 cc air-cooled parallel twin. And the bidding at $14,000. Great little bike, just motor around the neighborhood or head to the store if you need to. And not a lot of money. Very cool from Honda, 1966, and a sale price of $14,000. All right, little taste of some two-wheel action here at Mecum Glendale. Chris, how many versions of the Eagle or the Chicken or whatever you want to call it on the lid of these Trans Ams, you said?
From 1974 to 1981, or 73 to 81, there are 39 different versions. And one more nugget about them. In 1980 and 81, the Bird did turn its head back towards the driver's side, but that was to denote the turbo versions of the Trans Ams. So in 1978, it turned its head to the passenger, but it did turn it back in 80 and 81 for the turbos.
Yeah, the turbo cars had that scoop, so they probably had to make an accommodation.
That's exactly
for which way
that's exactly the way it was. Yep.
$28,000 for this, and that is going to be the high bid. And let's check in again with Danielle.
Scott, I know you love a Jeep Wrangler. This one's crossing the block tomorrow. You've got to see it. It's totally loaded, completely hooked up. 2024 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 392 Final Edition in a highly sought-after color. This is the limited edition color called Tuscadero Pearl Coat. The three-piece hardtop in the same color, that Tuscadero Pearl as well. And if you want power, this one's got it in spades. 3.4 liter, 470 horsepower, SRT Hemi V8 engine. And come on inside, guys, because it's loaded in there as well. I wish you could smell it too. It's that new car smell, that high-end leather smell. This is a Napa leather interior. For the display, you've got the 12.3-inch display, comes with wireless Apple CarPlay. It also comes with an off-road camera, heated seats, heated steering wheel. Anywhere you want to go, you've got the power, the off-road capability, and you've got the luxury as well, which is why it's a six-figure car. Estimated value $100,000 to $120,000, crossing the block tomorrow, Scott.
Absolutely, very cool, Danielle. Thank you very much. Yeah, that is the top of the line in the Jeep Wrangler in more ways than one.
I think I know why they call it Tuscadero. That color?
Yeah.
You remember Happy Days?
Oh, yeah.
And Pinky
Tuscadero. Absolutely.
I think that's why they did that.
Absolutely. And the Rubicon, of course, the top trim level, that 392. First time we saw that in a factory Jeep Wrangler. Very cool. Coming up tomorrow. $20,000 now. We go back to the motorcycles for just a second with a 1954 Harley Davidson. This is an FL Hydroglide. And it gavels for an even $20,000. And rolling into position, or getting ready to anyway, is a 78 F250. There you go.
Here it comes. I think that sets today's altitude record. That's way up. High lift suspension. Riding on Rock Crusher XD wheels. 460. Ford Vintage V8 engine. 3-speed automatic. 4-wheel drive. It's got tubular headers that are chrome. Had some work done on the intake. Aluminum intake with a Holley 4-barrel. And getting the spark from an MSD ignition system. MSD, multiple spark displacement. You didn't know what that stood for. Well applied, metallic blue paint.
I think you're right on the altitude award today.
Yeah. Way up there. Multiple spark discharge. I think I said displacement.
You did.
Okay. Thanks for backing me up on that.
Well,
no, you did the right thing.
I'm kind of surprised they don't have like a retractable step to help you get into that one.
I know. I see these trucks and wonder, how the heck?
Maybe it's hidden under there. We just can't see it.
Or you carry a milk case in the bed. Use that. I don't know.
12 grand is the bid. Oh, wait. They have gone ahead and moved on when we were just eyeballing that pickup truck.
Okay, well, yep. We'll move along with them.
15, now 17 for a 63 Chevy 2 Nova Super Sport.
Yeah, first gen Nova. And the original Nova, you would not be able to get anywhere near a high-performance V8. This one had the original 6-cylinder, converted over to a 350 small block with Holley aluminum heads, Holley intake, and a Holley carburetor. keeping it Holly.
All right, the high bid. They close it off at 20 grand for this Chevy 2 Nova Super Sport. We've got to take a timeout here. Still plenty of time with you, and we'll be back to put the finishing touches on this day coming up. Hope you're having as much fun as we are here at Mecum Glendale State Farm Stadium. Our debut telecast on ESPN Plus. Glad to have you with us. And we've got a couple more segments here for you. Check out this. Love it. 1967 VW Beetle.
Probably one of the most inexpensive cars that never fails to turn heads. A Volkswagen Beetle.
Right.
You know, in any configuration. And this one, yeah, this has gotten the full makeover. It's got the engine that you can't kill, that flat 4-cylinder engine. And believe me, I had one of these and I tried and I couldn't do it. Yeah. That 4-speed manual transmission we talked about before. It's got a great sound system in it, a JVC setup, and some mag wheels.
Love it. 12 grand? Was that the number? I think so.
If it is, that's about market correct for these. Yep, 67 Beetle.
Okay, here is a 2008 Aston Martin Vantage on the auction block, selling a no reserve.
Oh, you show up anywhere in this car and people know you have arrived. This is a 2008 Aston Martin, but again, styling that really doesn't age. And neither does the power. 380 horsepower, 4.3 liter V8 with an automatic transmission. That color, onyx black. Black and red leather interior. Glove soft leather inside. A lot of options. Stability control, brake force distribution, all done electronically. It's got an anti-theft engine immobilizer. Climate control, automatic, touch-free. Those wheels are 19-inch, 7-spoke aluminums with Michelin tires. And this Aston Martin is barely broken in, you might say. 31,000 miles. And it is ready for more.
$30,000. $30,000. Okay, guys, we got a little discrepancy up here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sign you up on a phone call right now because we got a little discrepancy. I'm gonna put it on a call for you at $27,000. We're gonna make a quick call just to cover our bases.
Up next, coming down the lane.
All right, I think they're going to put it on hold, did Trevor say?
Yep.
So we'll hold it at $27,000, and we'll kind of call it a conditional sale, make sure everything, all the ducks are in a row, since there is no reserve, and so we'll move along to the next car. Oh, man. Bill, stay seated, please.
Oh, man.
No need to get out of your seat.
Oh, dear.
Fire when ready, brother.
All right, stand by for action. This is a 69 Camaro SS, and it is truly a drag racing automobile. It is set up for the quarter mile. Originally, it was an SS 396 model, so it started with a pretty good pedigree, but look at that.
Oh,
555 cubic inches, full race setup, tunnel ram manifold. There you see that big Dominator carburetor with a huge scoop that just sucks in air. Chris better not stand too close or his baseball cap will be history. This has won multiple NHRA events, and I believe it, runner-up in the National Championship only 3 years ago, and a race-prepared Power Glide automatic transmission, which is what a lot of racers go to. They can race prep a Power Glide, and it becomes the transmission of choice. Wheelie bars, big Pro Mod style deck spoiler, silver metallic paint, and I'll just take a guess, maybe a 7-second quarter mile from that car.
Wow.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart.
$32,000, that's where we're going to leave it. So still out there, still for sale. If anybody here in the building, anybody at home is interested, By the way, you can register ahead of time to be a phone bidder or an internet bidder or both. You can do that going to mecum.com. Super easy to do. 1951 Ford Victoria hardtop is right behind that race car. I don't think 7 seconds are a possibility for this one.
Well, maybe to go 10 feet.
Right.
What a car, what a car. You can't say enough about that 1949 through 1951 Ford styling lineup. A car that really revitalized the whole Ford market share. This is a car that made all the other cars from the other manufacturers really look obsolete. Smooth slab sides. And we mentioned before how that whole fat fendered look was gone. This was something that Ford really needed to get the attention of the buying public. It's got the flathead V8 with a 3-speed standard transmission with overdrive. And it sells, and not for a whole lot of money.
12 grand. What a cool addition to a collection right there. That's cool. All right, Chris Jacobs, tell me what's up.
Well, Scott, we got a whole bunch of very high-end Pro Touring builds here at this Mecum, and one of them is going across the auction block tomorrow, and that is this 1970 Camaro. And shout out to Heath Elmer Restorations and Pride Fabrication, who built this gorgeous ride known as Tour de Force, powered by a fuel-injected 427, backed up by a Tremec 6-speed transmission. What an amazing car. This has goodies all over the place. 18-inch SS wheels all the way around, in front of Bear brakes all the way around. This has got Detroit Speed and Engineering narrowed 9-inch rear end with true tack differential, and also Detroit Speed and Engineering roll cage and subframe. You're getting a look at that amazing interior right here. So well done. Just everywhere you look, it's just aesthetically perfect and pleasing. What a cool build. You got a carbon fiber hood, got a carbon fiber deck lid, and the rest I'm sure is all massage steel. But man, what a fantastic looking car this is. 1970 coming in strong here at Mecum Auctions.
Oh. What do you think that carbon fiber trunk lid cost? The whole thing, carbon fiber.
Yeah, that's pretty kooky.
That's Pro Touring A-lister.
Coming up here at Glendale, and we'll have it for you on ESPN Plus. A 1971 Chevy Vega is on our auction block right now. Bill, what do you make of this?
Once again, not a car that gets this kind of love. Look at all the modifications with a 377 cubic inch V8 professional rotisserie restoration through and through. By the way, that is a solid roller V8 engine built by Dunright. They're in Richmond, British Columbia, north of the border. Ported aluminum heads, super Victor intake, and you look at the rest of this car. I could go on and on about the power plant, but I won't. There you see the interior. That has been played with as well, as you can see. And that beautiful midnight gray paint with a black interior. So understated, but so overstated in a lot of ways.
Very cool. He's happy with it, I'm sure. 22 grand. And we'll come back and recap our top selling cars of this first day from Mecum Glendale. While we have some time, let's run down our top sellers from this first day in Glendale. How about this? 2022 Challenger SRT Super Stock brought $105,000. That 807 horse Hemi V8 smoke show paint on that one. And that one tied with the 2022 Charger SRT Hellcat Red Eye wide body with the Hemi as well in white knuckle 105. And our top two today, beautiful 1955 Chevy 210. Look at that sunset pearl and cinnamon root beer brown. My goodness, visually just off the chart. It brought $110,000, but not to be outdone was this 1957 Cadillac Series 62 Custom, a comprehensive frame-off restoration by the guys at Carl's Customs in Ankeny, Iowa. We told you about that. It brought $180,000, and that is good enough for our #1 car today here at Mecum Glendale. And look at this mix. Modern Mopars with mid-50s classic automobiles. Bill, what do you think?
Once again, that pretty much defines what Mecum Auctions is all about. This is the kind of mix, the kind of matrix of sales that we often see, and makes the unpredictable almost commonplace.
Well said. Chris Jacobs, tell us what you have uncovered here.
Oh man, this one might very well be on the top seller list for tomorrow. Now, everyone thinks that red is the quintessential Ferrari color, but in my opinion, they look best in black. Take a look at this 2015 F12 Berlinetta. Oh man, Nero black over that tan interior. Under the hood, well, it's a 6.3 liter V12 making 731 horsepower. And the little placard here says a top speed of 277. How is that even possible? How would it stick to the road? What a gorgeous car, though. And here's my favorite touch right here. On the front fender, it's got these little ducts that go right through for airflow. How cool is that? What a absolutely gorgeous car going across the block tomorrow. Scott?
Well, Chris, you're right, and that one is beautiful. You've got a lot to choose from if you're a Ferrari fan here. Like I said earlier, it's going to be a festival here in Glendale.
Looking forward to it. By the way, Chris, I love you like you're my own flesh and blood, but you said you were a Mopar guy and you're wearing a T-shirt with a Lamborghini Countach on it. So
hey, man, I'm a huge fan of the 400. You can't keep me down.
Okay, well, you got to turn your T-shirt around.
He has a backup, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Here's an 05 Mercedes-Benz CLK 320 on the block now.
Now the Benz, and this one will go for a fraction of its MSRP if it does indeed sell. This has got the 3.2 liter V6 engine in it. This is that little CLK 320. That it's kind of like a mid-range Mercedes, you might say, not an S-Class, a little lower than the E-Class, but it has class.
And right behind it, we'll take a look at a 2010 Audi A5. This is a Premium Plus edition convertible. And they're trying to get it underway here. Bidding at $8,000.
Yeah, you know, Scott, as I'm sitting here, I'm trying to decide which of those convertibles would I like to own.
Boy, that's a tough call.
That's a real toss-up. We go from the 2008 Mercedes to the 2010 Audi A5.
Well, $9,000. Not going to be enough here. The bid goes on.
Yeah, and both of them in equitable condition, too.
And here's another one to add your confusion. Another CLK 350 from 2008.
Oh, they're doing this on purpose. Yeah, pretty much same car to what we just saw 2 cars ago. 3.5 liter V6 automatic. Leather interior. Both front seats, power operated. Factory alloy wheels. This one, just a different color, but all the same sort of perks and features that you'd expect from the CLK in both of those cars.
Close bid at $10,000.
I would pick this one because of the blue.
Yep.
No other reason.
Yeah, with the contrasting interior, you're right.
Right. But you know me.
Yep.
$10,000. The bid goes on the Mercedes-Benz. And they have it rolling off the block. And we've got time for, another pickup truck. This one is a 2002 Toyota Tundra, heavily modified. And this looks like it's ready for a little off-road activity, Bill.
Man.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think there's a road anywhere in the world where this truck would look at home. I mean, you got to get off the pavement with this Toyota. 4.7 liter V8. That's a race-prepped automatic transmission with a manual valve body and all kinds of modifications and upgrades to the platform underneath there. Suspension, brakes, axles, everything you'd need to just take that truck anywhere in the world.
Well, that's going to be our final vehicle here for today, and the reserve just came off $16,000. And as I mentioned, that'll wrap things up for us on this Thursday. Don't forget, Friday coverage live from Glendale. Kicks off tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon out west here on ESPN Plus. And by the way, the Tundra just sold for $16,000. So that will wrap things up for us here on day number 1. So glad that you could join us on ESPN Plus. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, our entire crew here in the Valley, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at State Farm Stadium.
So $180,000.